Dr. Tsaku, you are reminded that you are still under your former oath.
Yes, Chair, I'm aware.
Advocate Siminya.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Madam Commissioner. And good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Advocate. If you can speak a bit louder, can't hear you.
Okay. I want to assure you that you and I are not in any adversarial position. We're not on opposite sides of the task. We actually are boxing out of the same corner. Do you have that assurance?
What do you mean by that, Advocate?
No, I want to have you understand the angle from which I come. I'm not adversarial. I'm not opposing anything that you stand for. You understand that at least?
Which is what I'm standing for. I just want to understand.
That you and I are cooperating. We have the same task to discharge.
The task of getting to the truth of what happened.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand.
All right.
Thank you.
Uqala ke ngokukhunjuzwa ufakazi MMC ukuthi usengaphansi kwesifungo asenze izolo. Ngemva kwalokho advocate uqala ngokubeka phambi kwakhe ufakazi ukuthi njengoba elapha ufuna ukumqinisekisa ukuthi abazona izimbangi kodwa empeleni basebenza ndawonye. Ufakazi uMMC ufuna ukuqonda ukuthi kusho ukuthini lokho, kuqondweni ngokuthi ba ndawonye. Uyaqinisekisa uadvocate ukuthi cha, ngisho ukuthi njengoba silapha asibhekene ngeziqu zamehlo kodwa kunalokho
He said with expedition into the circumstances surrounding the fire at Usindiso. Are you aware?
Yes, according to the news reports, yes.
uyabuza ukuthi uyaqonda yini ufakazi ukuthi ngomhla ka-13 September 2023 uNdunankulu wacela ukuthi kumiswe le commission ezophenya ngembangela yokuqubuka kwalomlilo. Ufakazi uthi yebo uwezwa ezindabeni ukuthi kunjalo.
One of the things one would have expected is that a department under your portfolios would then embark on a very...
Well, yes. You will normally do that when there are incidences, for example, the gas explosion. Immediately we instituted and we got in an expert to come and check what happened.
Ezinye zezinto uNdunankulu azisho njengoba advocate esho wathi umnyango kwakhe ongaphansi kwakho MMC unomthwalo wokuthi ulandelele ukubheka ukuthi kwenzekeni ngemva kwalesi sehlakalo. Nangempela ufakazi uyavuma ukuthi kuyinto ejwayelekile vele leyo nakho kube nokuqhuma kwegas okuye kwenzeka nalapho futhi bakwenza lokho kulandelela ngokusheshsha ngemva kwaleyo nhlekelele.
And I want to establish through you what it is that you, as the political head, did to help us determine the surrounding circumstances as the Premier requested us to.
After we've established that the Premier, because there have been some interactions between himself and the leadership of the city, the Premier instituted a commission of inquiry. And then if the upper structure has instituted a commission of inquiry, then we have to let the commission to really do its work so that we can see what are the outcomes of the outcomes of the commission itself. Normally what we'll do, as I indicated, in many instances we do get an independent investigator in terms of what will actually happen. So we had to allow and respect the processes of the provinces. That's why we even came here to saying that we're going to, we're going to participate, even with the HOD and all the other departments were actually indicated that they must cooperate with the commission and give evidence into what happens, because all of us, we want to know what really happened into this matter. Thank you.
Advocate ubese kubeka futhi phambi kwakhe ukuthi njengoba bebnikezwe umthwalo undunankulu ukuthi baphenye ngalolu daba, angathanda ukwazi ukuthi ufakazi njengenhloko yomnyango futhi enesikhundla esiphezulu kwezepolitiki esibhekela umnyango, yena usenzeni ukuze asize le commission ifeze umthwalo enikezwe wona wokuthola amaqiniso ngalokho kwenzekile. Ufakazi uyaphendula ke ukuthi yebo wakuzwa ngempela lokho ukuthi undunankulu umise ikomishani ukuthi iphenye ngalolu daba, futhi naye uyahambisana namani bahambisana nalokho kwenziwa ikomishani bayayisekela, futhi ngokujwayelekile uma kwenziwe kwenzeka isehlakalo ezinjengalesi kuye kubekwe umphenyi ozimele ukuthi aphenye ukuthi kwenzekeni. Ngakho ngaleli komishani uthi uyahambisana nayo, ingakho ezeweza nalapha ukuze azothula ubufakazi nama HOD babambisene nawo ukuze ikomishani ithole ngempela ukuthi iqiniso liyini. Ngakho nabo bayafuna ukwazi ukuthi ngempela kahle hle kwenzakalani.
Doctor, I don't want to accuse you of prevaricating. The question is simple.
Sorry, Advocate, what does it mean, provocation?
Prevaricate, it means to go all around and explain in monologue, long monologue for that matter, when I'm asking, as a reaction to this instruction, what did you do?
Yes, if I may interpose, Advocate Siminya.
Yes.
The question, Dr. Tsaku, is quite simple. What did you do subsequent to the establishment of the commission? What did you do as the head?
I was after we've established that there is a commission chair, we had to give this commission a chance to do its work. And also within the department itself, we had the EMS that was doing an investigation along with the other, the stakeholders, the SEPs, to establish what happened onto the fire. And then that report was actually issued.
Advocate ke ubeka ngalendlela yokuthi akafuni ukuze aze asole ufakazi ngokuthi uma ebuza umbuzo akavela hlale endabeni aphendule. Ngakho ufakazi ufuna ukuqonda ukuthi usho ukuthini uma esho njalo. Uthi uadvocate angifuni ukukusola ngokuthi uma ngibuza umbuzo uqala ushaya indendende ungaveli uqonde kulokho engikushoyo uma ngifuna ukwazi ngombuzo. Yilapho kusihlala ngenele khona ukuthi umbuzo ulula. Umbuzo uthi wena yini oyenzile ukusiza le commission ithole amaqiniso. Impendulo kafakazi ithi ke mina nomnyango wami esikwenzile ukudedela le commission siyinika ithuba lokuthi yenze umsebenzi wayo kanye neEMS nayo futhi siyidedele yenza uphenyo lwayo.
So the answer is, as an MMC, you did nothing.
As I said, is that we are through the department, because as MMC I do oversight. I went to do my oversight, and after that, the EMS, through its own processes, they did an investigation and gave me, the report. And that report is a report that was actually tabled here into this commission.
Advocate uthi ke ngamanye amazwi usho ukuthi wena njengo MMC akukho lutho olwenzile. Uyaphendula ufakazi uthi cha, mina njengoba ngengamele umnyango kukhona esikwenzile. iEMS siye sayivumela ukuba yenze uphenyo. Yayise ithumela umbiko kimi njengoba kuyimi oyinhloko yomnyango yanginikeza lo umbiko okuumbiko engiubeke ezithebeni zale commission.
For instance, you did not inquire what criminality obtained in that building which may have contributed to the demise of at least 76 people.
Sorry? Is that a question or that a statement, Advocate?
That's a question. So you did not investigate what criminality was obtaining in that building that may have contributed as a surrounding circumstance to the fire.
But then, advocate, in terms of the investigative, the capabilities of us, it is the duty of the SEPS, because remember, the JMPD is actually formed under the SEPS Act. And the investigative capabilities and the criminal analysis is actually under SEPS. But through the reports that have been said and the statements watching this commission, that is where this evidence has actually been uncovered in terms of there was some criminality and all of that. And also, reading into the report that was actually prepared before, they said when the JMPD raided, when the JMPD, they actually found in terms of people that were selling drugs and all of that. So when people that have illegally occupied. So that's why I'm saying that it was done in terms of analysis, but in terms of investigating capabilities, what has been happening, that task we can actually give it to the SEPS.
Ubeke umbuzo wokuthi okusho ukuthi ingabe nina wena njengenhloko yalomnyango alukho uphenyo oye walwe
this commission to go ahead and do its work, and then I can get a report. Then we see what we do as the city and the department itself. Thanks.
Ubuzile ke uadvocate ukuthi manje ingabe usho ukuthi awuzange uye yini uwo ke ama SAPS noma umbutho wezamaphoyisa uyowutshela ukuthi ngibizwe ku commission ukuba ngizothula ubufakazi. Ngisacela nina ke ninginike umbiko ukuze ngizokwazi ukusiza le commission efuna amaqiniso. Uma iphendula ufakazi uthi cha asikwenzanga lokho, kunalokho besilinde njengoba sizwa kule commission izinto zibekwa phambi kwayo besilokhu silalele nathi sizwa amaqiniso avelayo njengabe ubugebengu lobo ukuthi kudayiswa izidakamizwa kuleli ability konke lokho siyakuthola kule commission. Ngakho thina besingafuni ukungenela bese siphazamisa ngoba kungase kubonakala ngathi siphazamisa i-commission ngoba i-commission isibekelwe ukuthi ithola amaqiniso. Thina ke sithe ake sime kancane silinda amaqiniso abekwe obala kuqala ku-commission. Emva kwalokho ke sesingakwazi ukuthatha isinyathelo bese siqala senzo olwethu uphenyo. Kodwa kwamanje besadedele le commission ukuba kube yiyo ethola amaqiniso bese ke sithatha isinyathelo ngemva kwalokho.
The only way the commission could do its work was to obtain information from, amongst others, your department officials, right?
That's correct.
Okukuphela kwendlela uadvocate ashoyo incommission ukuze kwazi phela ukuthola amaqiniso kufanele uyithole inhlakeni ezihlukahlukene ezinye zalezo zinhlaka yikhulu zenu kunjalo yini ufakazi uthi yebo kunjalo.
And you don't information relevant to assist the commission, am I right?
Akhe uyena wathumayo ukuthi hambani qoqani bonke ubufakazi enizobuthatha sibeke phambi kwecommission. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi
engage you on. Do you do anything to establish circumstances surrounding the fire? Let's leave
Of the public safety and the mandate of JMPD and the EMS.
wabayalela yini abantu abasebenza ngaphansi kwabo ukuthi basize icommission uthi yebo kwenzile ngoba ubatshelile ukuthi uma icommission babiza beze lapha kule commission bazoyisiza le commission kodwa kukhona izinto nabo abangazenzi njenge JMPD uthi ngokuyinhloko banikwe umsebenzi wokuqapha noma ukunqanda ubugebengu kodwa uma kuziwa ezintweni zophenyo akukho ezandleni zabo uphenyo lwenziwa iSAPS ngakho uthi naye ulinde umbiko ozovela kuSAPS ukuthi itholeni ngalokhu bese emva kwalokho ke yilapho ke nabo bezokwazi ukuthatha isinyathelo kodwa uma ekugcineni kungathiwa bebingekho ubugebengu bekwenzekayo uyovela abona ukuthi bekungelona iqiniso ngoba nayi EMS yabo ilwenzile uphenyo ngakho ngamanye amazwi bazoqala ukuthatha isinyathelo ngemva kokuba sebethole umbiko vele kumaphoyisa nakucommission.
I don't find your answer helpful.
If you allow a Commissioner Mabena to ask a question, Advocate Siminya.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out from the MMC that as you are heading, politically heading the department,
Sorry, ma'am?
as you are a political head
Yes, ma'am.
of your department, was there time when the executive mayor called you, or you going to the executive mayor, giving your overall observation in terms of Usindiso? Not the departmental report only, but your own, your report as the head. Did you do that, or did the mayor call you to give that report? Because that is also important. As the MMC, you need to account as well, to have your own view, own observation that you present to the executive mayor. Thank you.
No, thank you, Madam. Can I answer?
Yes, you may.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, the mayor on that incident, I was one of the first people on site to really assist and ensure that all the stakeholders are there. And then after that, the mayor came and all the other people have came. Then there was a meeting with all of us, that will be your executive and also the CM that was there to really give us an account of what happened, what was the time, the response time of the emergency services, and what really actually happened. And we're there trying to also establish and also listening to people in terms of what really happened. That's when we even were hearing those stories that people, there were doors that were they were actually Baghdad doors inside the whole, the building itself and all of that. So we had subsequent to that meetings that actually happened with the executive mayor. There was even now, after those meetings, there was a letter which I have that came out that all the stakeholders, the MMCs, actually all of us, we must look into this issue. There must be a very aggressive now inspection of the buildings, and also there is a formation of an
Wena njengoba uyinhloko yalomnyango ophezulu ngokwezepolitiki obekwe kuyona ukuthi kube uwe usomaqhuzu kulokhu. Kuke kwenzeka yini wena wahamba waya ngalokho kwenzekile, hayi umnyango wakho kodwa wena ngqo, noma kuke kwenzeka yini yona imeya yakubiza ngoba phela usuku kufanele uchaze yathi ake ulethe uvo lwakho ubeke indlela obona ngayo izinto ezenzekile kulesi sigameko somlilo? Kuke kwenzeka yini kwaba nomhlangano njalo phakathi kwakho nemeya yedolobha? Impendulo ke kafakazi uthi yena uyena oqala wafika esigamekweni ngalolu yasuku lomlilo wokini bathatha ubufakazi bonke ngaleso sikhathi bebuza nokuthi abezicishamlilo bafike ngasiphi isikhathi, ngakho babe nomhlangano. Uthi ke sebehlangene bayizinhlaka, hayi yena yedwa, kwaze kwaba khona nencwadi ebhaliwe behlangene bonke bekhuluma ngalesi yasigameko lapho kuhlangene khona iJMPD, disaster, iCM njalo njalo. Ngakho uthi ikhona imihlangano ebekhona ngemva kwalesi sigameko nayo imeya yedolobha, kodwa kukhona nezinye izinhlaka ezithintekayo.
Okay. The Premier also says in the terms of reference, the
Imbutho ezamaphoyisa kanye nezokuphepha ubesebuza ke lapho ufakazi ukuthi uma ukhuluma ngezokuphepha usho ziphi ezokuphepha, ngoba ngezokuphepha usihlalo ungenele wachaza ukuthi cha kushiwo ezokuphepha kumphakathi okuwena oyinhloko yakho. Ngakho ufakazi uthi yebo kunjalo, kodwa ngaso sonke isikhathi uma ukhuluma ngezokuphepha kufanele uchaze phela ukuthi usho ziphi ngoba ziningana ezihlanganiswa ngaphansi kwezokuphepha.
are relevant, competent authorities. I must put it to you because as evidence leaders we intend to argue ultimately that unfortunately the officials of the city, and for now I'm putting it in broad terms, I know those that we think were helpful. But broadly, nobody is coming forward to say, hey, we did something wrong here. You've got a comment to make?
In what way? I think I'm trying to understand your question. Are you asking or are you making a statement?
I'm saying I'm going to make that argument that there is no input by the city in helping the commission earlier to say, hey, death of 76 people is a big matter. We are going to go to the commission and say, this is where the wheels left the rail, and to avoid them as proves to be an exception.
I think, advocate, my learned friend, is that probably in terms of looking the legalities and, of course, I'm science in terms of establishing, the commission needs to establish what happened. We must not advocate use. Your feeling can be your own opinion, but you need to establish, Chairperson, in terms of the facts. What facts are we giving you? And then at the end, you need to arrive at a conclusion in terms of the facts that you're actually having. Because from us, first, you're saying that we need to come to the commission and testify and say, according to our observation and also up to the mandate, Chairperson, that we have, did we do everything in our power in terms of executing our duties and really if maybe something could have been done on this issue. And then as stipulated in the affidavits and maybe the colleagues, what they've written, it is up to this commission and its wisdom to establish on the facts that is there what are the issues at end, because that is why this commission has been established, to arrive to a truth. It will be very difficult for me, Chair, to entertain maybe feelings because I cannot judge on that. But in terms of the facts, and I know that even the EMS, in terms of when they were saying that they can't come to the meetings of oversight that they have to do because they are coming to this commission, we let them be for almost a long time to prepare and get all their reports and get all the facts and all the other spheres, because we as a department have taken this commission very serious after it was actually pronounced. So that's why I'm saying that, advocate, it would merely be, let us arrive at the facts. Let us look at the facts, and then maybe your facts and the outcomes of commission will affect your feelings in terms of what is happening.
Advocate ke uyakubeka ukuthi uma ekubeka nje kucace ukuthi selokhu elalele izikhulu zedolobha zifekho noyedwa umuntu othi uyazi kwenzeka inhlekelele embi kabi kwafa abantu abangu 76 kulenhlekelele. Siyabona ukuthi lenhlekelele ibingagwemeka ukuba senza lokhu nalokhu thina. Ngamanye amazwi uthi advocate indlela anemuzwa ngayo kule ndaba ukuthi akekho ofuna ukwamukela ukuthi iphutha lenzeka lapha ilokho kufanele kulungiswe esikhathini esizayo. Uthi ke lokho ukubeka phambi kwakhe ufakazi ukuthi aphawule ngalokho akushoyo. Ngaphandle kwe-EMS okuyiyona eyathi ukuhluka kancane uma kuziwa kule ndaba yokwamukela ukuthi kwenzekeni. Ufakazi ke uthi empeleni ikhomishana umeyibheka uyibona ikhomishana enhle kakhulu futhi esungulelwe ukuthi ithole okwenzekile okuyiqiniso ngakho akakholelwa ukuthi kufanele iCommission ilawulwe indlela umuntu azizwa ngayo kunalokho iCommission kufanele ifinyelele esiphethweni esiyiqiniso ingakho kuzofakazi lapha bazonikeza ubufakazi ingoba nabo bafuna ukwazi ukuthi kahle hle kwenzekeni ngakho ukuze le commission ikwazi ukufinyelela esiphethweni esikahle akufanele isebenzise imizwa yayo kodwa kunalokho kufanele isebenzise amaqiniso enjengoba enjalo uma bese iwatholile ke bese iyanquma ke ukuthi na
What we got is the report of the EMS of what the causes of fire, Chairperson. And then in terms of going further now, in terms of who did it, it was pronounced that there's going to be now a detailed what happened. Because within the mandate, Chairperson of the Department of Man, I could only get in terms of the fire issues and also in terms of what assistance JMPT did. But if, Chairperson, there was no inquiry, we could have further to go into an independent investigation to establish who was the cause of fire. It has been there, but after that, the pronouncement, because even the pronouncement that happened, there was no sort of an engagement between maybe the mayor, but in terms of the department itself, we did not have any engagement with the premier in terms of that. But that's why at the end we have to say that this is the amount of information we know according to us. But anything else, let the commission do its work and establish the causes, because all stakeholders will be coming here and testifying and arrive to a point of what actually happened.
Advocate uthi-ke lona sokumzamo wakhe wokugcina wokuthi abuze ufakazi ukuthi njengoba uhleli lapha uyazi yini kahle hle ukuthi konakalaphi okwakholela kule nhlekelele eyenzeka. Ufakazi uyaphendula uthi bona balindele umbiko bawutholile umbiko we-EMS kodwa into asebebheke kuyo manje ukuzwa ukuthi iCommission itholani kusukela ngosuku abezwa ngalo nje ukuthi kukhona iCommission ebekiwe ukuthi ithole wonke amaqiniso abanzi ngalolu daba babe sebeyeka konkeke ngoba ukuba iCommission ayikho ngabe sebehambile bayofuna abaphenya bazimele bahamba bayophenya ngalesi sigameko ukuthi kwenzekani kodwa ngenxa yokuthi sekumbekwe iCommission bona bavele bashiyela kuyiCommission ukuthi ayithola ubufakazi ngoba izokwazi ukubiza zonke inhlaka ezithintekayo kuba zizofakaza phambi kwale commission ngakho uthi akwazi ukusho ilokho akusekushilo akukho kungale kwalokho okunye kuyotholakala kuyo le commission.
At least you and I agree the commission must establish facts, right?
This is the reason why this commission was established to come up in terms of what happened and calling all the stakeholders as you indicated.
Dr. Tswaku, I have patiently listened to the way you respond to questions. I think you must try and be pointed.
Noted, Chair.
Advocate uthi okungenani kukhona esivumelana ngakho nje ukuthi le commission kufanele ithole amaqiniso alokho kuxoxwa ngakho uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi yebo uyakholelwa ukuthi le commission kufanele iwathola amaqiniso ingakho naye eze kuyo le commission ngoba efisela ukuthi kwenzeke kanjalo ube sengenela usihlalo ke ukuthi kodwa ubelokho ekulalele ufakazi enikeza impendulo uyafisa ukuthi sengathi impendulo zakhe mazingalokhu zigudla iguma maziqonde nje uma kubuzwa ziphendule lokho kubuziwe.
That the commission must establish facts surrounding the fire, right?
That's fine, correct.
Siyavumelana ukuthi iCommission kufanele ithola amaqiniso ngokuqubuka kwalomlilo ufakazi uthi yebo uyavuma.
Apart from what EMS has told us was their effort to extinguish the fire and save those that they could, give us facts that you know surrounding this tragedy.
So I don't understand your question.
You and I want to establish the facts surrounding the fire, right?
Yes,
And it is the task of the commission to make that finding, right?
yes, it is.
Based amongst others on evidence given by witnesses to it, right?
Yes.
Including you.
Yes.
What facts do you want to help the commission establish?
I think that the EMS report that was submitted into this commission actually gave in terms of what really happened.
U-advocate uthi ngaphandle kwalokho esekuzwile nge-EMS ukuthi yahamba yacisha umlilo yazama nokusindisa ukuphila kwabantu, wena ulapha ukuze usinikeze amaqiniso. Angithi kunjalo. Ufakazi uthi ake uthi ukuchaza ukuthi uqonde ukuthini uma usho njalo. Uthi angithi ikhomishani ihlosele ukuthi ithola amaqiniso. Ufakazi uthi yebo kunjalo kufanele ithola amaqiniso. Ubani okufanele anikaze ikhomishani amaqiniso akuwena yini? Uyavuma futhi ufakazi uthi yebo nami kufanele nginikeze amaqiniso. Advocate ube sebuza ke ake usinikezeke amaqiniso ke ukuze phela ikhomishani izokwazi ukuthola ukuthi kwenzekeni. Ufakazi uthi umbiko we-EMS iwona obhaliwe ozoletha ubufakazi ababulethayo. Isamlapho ke.
I must tell you that as evidence leaders, we're going to say you typify exactly what the difficulties are, i.e., not helping the commission to discharge its mandate. What's your comment?
I think that, Chairperson, at the best of my ability, I've assisted, I even submitted an affidavit, which gives into account in terms of to what extent is my roles and responsibilities. And that's why I'm even here in terms of, to testify in terms of what actually happened. And the details mechanical in terms of on that night what happens in terms of the EMS responding and how many people, the dead bodies that were there. It's actually detailed on the evidence submitted by the EMS, and I believe. In terms of they even came and said what really happened. And in my mandate, that's everything that I know that I can submit on this commission is covered in the affidavit. And must remember that, if I can elaborate, my chair, I know you say that I speak a lot, is that this matter, according to me, is a multidisciplinary task. It involves the many stakeholders. So on my side, you said I must come and account in terms that is actually covered in detail in my affidavit. And within the department that I lead, I've summoned and ensured that all the officials which are responsible on this matter, they come here and testify and be honest and give a testimony under oath. So that is what has actually happened.
U-advocate uthi ngemva kokulalela konke lokhu uthi ukubeka phambi kwakhe ukuthi uma bengabhala umbiko manje basho ukuthi nizile njenge-JMPD kodwa anisizanga ngempela ikhomishani ukuthi ithola amaqiniso ngalokho kwenzekile. Ungathini ngalokho? Uyasho ke ufakazi ukuthi cha akakholelwa ukuthi akayisizanga le khomishani. Ukholwa ukuthi uyisizile le khomishani ngokwani.
Well, finally, in your own words, what went wrong explaining the death of 76 people?
To what extent in terms of say that what went wrong? Or how far you want me to go?
Can go as far as you choose. What went wrong?
According to always the reports that I got, is that the building caught fire, and according to the report I got, the building caught fire and people, they were trapped. And when the EMS came onto the scene, there were also people that seemed that they were trapped, and they actually had to jump outside they actually had to jump out.
No, doctor. What went wrong to produce those outcomes?
No, I think that in terms of what went wrong, I think that this commission is led to a building to saying that it is illegally occupied, the building caught fire, and all of that. I think that that is what we need to establish here, because it involves multidisciplinary departments which are here. And as I said, again, advocate, is that the pronouncement of the establishment of the commission by the Premier is leading to that, to establish what really actually happened. We could ourselves, as I indicated, Commissioner and Chair, that normally when incidents of that nature happens, my Chair, we normally assign an independent investigator. So I would say, according to what my knowledge now, I was given by reports from the JNPD, this is what I have submitted on the affidavit. But in terms of the history, because it looks like there's an historical basis on this matter that led, and which is also multidisciplinary. So that's why I'm saying that we had to move back and give evidence into this commission to establish what happened. Then at the end, we're able, if there's any consequences, advocate, that we have to do, then we are going to institute those. Because we did not want to be accused of really running a parallel investigation and all of that. We did not want to actually do that. That's why we're actually giving this commission its work to do and submit whatever we actually have to submit here.
Advocate uthi okugcina ngiyaphinda futhi umbuzo engubuzile. Yini engazange ihambe kahle eyaholela ekutheni kugcine kufa abantu abangu 76? Ufakazi uyabuza ukuthi ufuna ngichaze kangakanani kulombuzo ubuzayo ukuthi kupho kungazange kuhambe kahle, uthi uadvocate ayichaza nje yenaba uzofike lapho ufika khona. Ubese eqala ke ufakazi echaza ukuthi cha ngokwembiko esiyitholile sezwe ukuthi kwakunebhilidi elathungeleka ngomlilo ngesikhathi ngosuku oluthile, abantu babhajwa ngaphakathi ebhilidini, abanye baze bagxumela ngaphandle. Ubese emnqanda lapho uadvocate ukuthi cha siyakuzwa lokho. Sifuna ukwazi ukuthi kuze kwenzeke konke lokho ke konakala kuphi. Lapho ke ufakazi ubese buyela amazwini akawasho ngaphambili ukuthi cha lokho kufanele kuphume kule commission. Yona le commission okufanele isitshele ukuthi kwenzekani ngoba ibekelwe lokho vele. Ubengafuni ukuthi bona bathi i-commission isebenza bebe nabo bephenya ngapha. Ngakho banele bezwe ukuthi i-commission isikhona ukuze iphenye base behudula inyawo badedela i-commission ukuthi yenza umsebenzi wabo ngoba ukubibi ngeke i-commission. Ngabe sebemqokile umphenyi ozimele ozohamba ayophenya ngalokhu, kodwa ngenxa ukuthi khona i-commission ikhonela lokho ke ukuthi iqhamuke nempendulo yalombuzo obuzwayo ukuthi ngempela konakala kuphi ukuthi kugcine kufe abantu abangaka.
I give up, Chair. Those are the questions we have for the witness.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have three questions. Morning,
Yes.
sir.
Morning.
Sir, yesterday in your evidence in chief, you mentioned that you do not like, perhaps I'm paraphrasing, do not like to refer to the buildings as hijacked buildings, but prefer calling them derelict buildings. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, if you put that way, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, sir. The Constitutional Court, in one of its judgments,
Yeah.
the Mooiplaats judgment, there in that matter, residents had been called invaders.
Yeah.
And it said, such reference detracts from the humanity of of the occupiers is emotive, judgmental, and comes close to criminalizing the occupiers. Would you share the sentiment that perhaps the reference of hijacked buildings would fall within that category of dehumanizing the occupiers? I ask that, sir, because you also said that some of the occupiers are poor people who require assistance. So would you agree with that kind of observation that I've read from the judgment of the Constitutional Court?
Look, as I explained, is that the people who are staying there is the people who would have been staying there before, and the people who are probably coming from the locations or the villages looking for work. In my oversight, as I indicated, going inside and having an interaction with people, we found that these are just people who are looking for work and all of that. These are not people who are dangerous per se. Because in the first raid we did, Chairperson, was that we went there with guns and we thought that there are criminals inside. But we found that then they explained to us and say, no, MMC, the problem is that there are these individuals who come and saying that we own this building. Those are the people who are hijackers. So you can say at the end is that the individuals who are collecting rent, they are the ones you can say now, you can characterize and say it is hijacked. That's why if you look at the bylaws of the city, they put it not as an illegal, but they put it as a problem building. That's why you wanted to really characterize as the problem building. And then in that bylaw, if you read it, it actually characterizes what is a problem building. You don't say that maybe individuals there, there are some innocent people who are there, Chairperson, which I found that. That's why at the end we had to saying that let us be humane, let us engage with them, let us see what else can we do. That's why even as a JMPD, we gave away our pound so that these people were able to relocate them because the building was bad and it's not occupiable. We did that. So I would like to define this building now as a problem building as the bylaw of the city.
Umbuzo wokuqala ke ngemva kokuba uadvocate Semenya ethe cha hayi usebeka phansi ngembuzo yakhe umeli umnumzana Mngomezulu uqale ngembuzo athi unembuzo emithathu kodwa ke manje ufuna ukubuza emazwini awashilo izolo uMMC uma echaza incazelo yalamabhilidi uthe yena akawabizi ngokuthi amabhilidi hijacked phecelezi athathwe ngodli kodwa uwabheka njengamabhilidi awohlokayo akuleso simo esinjalo sokuwohloka engekho esimweni esihle ubeke esechaza ummeli umnumzana Mngomezulu ukuthi ufuna ukubhekisela esinqumweni esathathwa inkantolo yomthetho sisekelo okuyiyona eyaqhamuka ichaza indaba yalamagama ngithi isinqumweni esaphuma seMoy Plus icala elali lapho ukuthi uma abantu bengenile bangena ngaphakathi so uma kusichasetshenziswa amanye amagama angaba amagama abaphuca ubuntu babo bangabi abantu ababhekwa njengabantu abakahle ngendlela abachazwa ngayo kusetshenziswa lamagama manje befuna chaciseke lapho umnumzane uMMC ukuthi uchaza kanjani lokho uma ichaza ke uthi yebo kunjalo ngoba ngesikhathi beya kulamabhilidi uma bewahlola noma problem building asilethela inkinga singamane siwachaze kanjalo noma problem building asilethela inkinga singamane siwachaze kanjalo abantu ngempela abasuke bethathe ngodli amabhilidi akubona labantu abahlala khona labantu abahlala khona bayakhokha kodwa yilabo abantu abafike bathi ibhilidi elabo akukhokhwe kubona abanye baba bahlalike nakulawo mabhilidi ngakho abantu abahlala ngaphakathi kuwo yingakho bengafuni ukubachabiza ngokuthi balithathe ngodli ngoba bona basuke bekhokha irent kulabo bantu abathileke okuyibona bathi leso sakhiwo noma lelo bhilidi elabo.
Thank you, sir. The second question would be a number of witnesses appeared before this commission and they said things like conducting inspections on buildings that are hijacked poses a very serious risk. They talked about difficulty in discharging some of their responsibilities, describing the situation as dangerous. You've mentioned a number of buildings that you've visited. You seem to have had success in engaging with these residents, and you said it's doable. How have you achieved that, and is it correct that it is possible to engage with refer to them as problem buildings?
Look, other buildings that we've visited, it's relatively easy to actually go in, because I think that since we're public safety, we've got JMPD. At least when you go in the chairperson, you've got the security that you actually go in. But there have been instances where we had to send JMPD to accompany inspectors when they're inspecting a building, because individuals that are there, they normally in these buildings, chairpersons, they would have sort of a committee that they establish, and they say that before you can do inspection, you must go through it. This informal, we called it the, this housing committees there. Some of them, chairperson, they become aggressive because they, think that, you're going to come back and they're going to be evicted or not. So, yes, there are buildings that you find that it's very difficult, but we send JMPD. And when JMPD is there and pops, we're no longer using those guns now. We use the public order policing, because, you are dealing with the civilians. So we go in with pops, and it's fine. We interact with the people in the rooms. But when these sort of people are collecting rent, chairperson, and they see police, you find them that they are gone. They are not in the area. And when you also interview the people which are staying there, they are very scared to say who are they paying this rent to. So in your question, in a nutshell, there are buildings which are very difficult to enter. You need JMPD, of which we do cooperate and give the inspectors. And there are buildings that you are able to really walk in and interview people. Thank you.
Mnumzana Mngomezulu ubeke mkhumbuza ufakazi ukuthi kufike abanye ofakazi lapha kule commission batshela le commission ukuthi amabhilidi amaningi abizwa ngokuthi ilama bhilidi ayinkinga, kunzima ukungena kuwona futhi kuyingozi, akungeneki kalula kuwona. Kodwa ufakazi izolo uthe bona bayakwazi ukungena kulama bhilidi bakhulume nabantu. Manje uyabuza umnumzana Mngomezulu ukuthi kusho ukuthi kuyenzeka ukukhuluma nalabo bantu kalula, ngoba izolo bale amabhilidi enikwenzile lokho nangena nakhuluma nabantu, kusho ukuthi into engenzeka. Uma iphendula ufakazi uthi yebo kuyenzeka khona ngempela amabhilidi abaye bangena kuwo, futhi babona ukuthi cha abadingi ngisho ukuthi bahlome uma beyongena kuwona. Bayakwazi ukungena bafike baxoxe bakhulumisane nabahlali abahlala ngaphakathi kwalawo mabhilidi anjalo uma beyokwenza ukuhlola. Kodwa kuyenzeka ke ngezinye izikhathi kungabi lula, kodwa ngenxa ukuthi bona bayi JMPD banabo abantu ababasizayo uma kudingeka ingalo yomthetho lapho ukuze zonke izinto ziqonde. Kodwa abakutholile ukuthi uma ngaphakathi khona amakomiti asuke vele sekhona ebekiwe ababizwa ngokuthi awe housing, amakomiti abazakhele wona nje abantu. Ngakho kwamanye amabhilidi awukwazi ukuvela ukhulume nabantu ungadlulanga kulama komiti, ngakho kufanele ukhulume nalama komiti kube yiwo akunikeza imvume ukuthi ungakhuluma nabantu. Amanye awo impela akulula, avela avuka indlobane manifika nizokhuluma nawo. Ngakho uthi lapho ke okuye kudingeke ukuthi mhlawumbe ke badinge usizo uma kuyokhulunywa nabo. Kanti abanye abantu abavele baphele endaweni nje yilabo abaqoqa imali, irent, bavele nje babona amaphoyisa bavele baphele bangabe besaziwa ukuthi bashonaphi. Bese ke abahlala khona besaba ke ukudalula ukuthi ubani esikhokha kuye irent, isimo ababhekana naso. Ngakho uthi nje uma ekha phezulu embuzweni wakho, yebo akhona amabhilidi ayinkinga okungelula ukungena kuona, kodwa basizwa ke ukuthi banawo umbutho basizayo, kodwa futhi akhona amabhilidi okungeneka kuwo kalula.
And thank you, sir. These inspections or raids that are being undertaken how are these assisting in resolving the challenges in the derelict buildings and in averting what happened at Usindiso?
With the, when I assumed office, you know, you read the reports in terms of what has been happening into the buildings themselves, the inspections that were done by the EMS. And also there's a lot of, when we're talking to officials or individuals that are staying in the building, this is what is happening. I mean, in our first raid, when we went in there was a thing, Chairperson, to saying that never go into Vanin Court, you're gonna be short. Never go into Casamia, you're gonna be short. And then we had to go practically, to go and you know, and witness this, or maybe get a first-hand experience in terms of what is really actually happening. Hence, at the end, a raid is not a raid per se when we're doing it. It was to really uncover in terms of what are the issues, and who are these, are they really genuinely, there are people, who are these people who are staying in those buildings, and who are the people who are collecting rent, Chairperson, and what is the socio-economic status of the people who are there. Because our mind as the JMPD, we're actually looking for the criminals, not to really, you know, go into the people internally and, you know, deal with them and all that, but where are these criminals there? And in the first instance, when we launched the Manje Nanamhlanje, was to really establish that Chairperson, to get into the bottom of these issues. That's when now we discovered, when we called people down on the floor and we started to talk to them, why are you staying here? When did you stay here? We found that actually there's a criminal element that is foreign, coming from inside, disturbing these people. These people, our people there, they're actually finding a building that is abandoned. Or some of them have been staying there, and you find that, you know, management has been changed. So there were those criminal elements. So us as a city were doing an inspection. Hence now we came with some solutions, you know, some ideas in terms of, instead of really waiting for houses, for temporary housing to happen, what else can we do? Hence, we met up with all the stakeholders in Siri, because I know that we in Siri were always at each other's throats. Didn't know, man, but the individuals which are staying there, these are our mothers and mothers and fathers. And also some of the people who are staying there are local, others are coming from the other countries. But in the building that I've checked, Vanin Court and the Casamia, you will find that the majority of the people were people from locally. And that's when I say that if the department does not have temporary housing at this point in time, let us see if we can institute what is called a partial relocation after understanding the socio-economic status of each individual. Hence, we're talking about with the Siri and the lawyers that let us institute that. And let us do every time now, Chairperson, we're doing, you don't call it a raid, because it's a bad thing. We'll go and do an inspection now, and we even say that some of the companies which are in the, which are in our panel, they call it the land invasion panel. We said to them, look, go into those buildings and do your own audit, even though the audit sometimes is done by housing, but us as Department of Public Safety said, let us fast track this thing and go and check, interview, and count how many people that are there. So that is what we're finding. So, is the people really that are destitute, they just want accommodation, and hence that after what happened at Usindiso, because I know that the issue of temporary housing is going to be an issue, Chairperson, and the land and all of that. Look, for our people are sitting outside. What we can do as public safety with immediate effect, we're going to take our 45 million worth of the land that will be in our asset base. Let us donate it to the city and to the victims of Usindiso to be
Dr.
relocated.
Tswako, are you still responding to the question that was put to you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry for being long. Sorry.
Yes, indeed, Doctor.
So sorry.
I'm eating into the chairperson's tea time.
Okay, sorry.
I have two questions that will be very
Okay,
brief.
I'll be very brief, sorry.
Yes. You mentioned an audit that was done, you mentioned Sari's name in it, where it was found that the residents earn between 7,000, some of the residents earn between 7,000 and 32,000. Was that in relation to other buildings or Remington House?
Yeah, it's a Remington House. And then the other one that audit has been done is the Casamia, which is the building of the city.
The last one, Chairperson, thank you for indulging me. We've been approached with information. Yes, perhaps before I mention what we've been approached with. Yesterday you testified that you have put, the city or your department has put the building, Usindiso, under security, have secured it. We've been approached with information that there's removal of doors, windows, and things on the property. Have those reports been made to you? Are you aware of that? Are there any actions being taken?
Yes, they've actually been made aware. Immediately, it was the end of the contract and the city manager. And then through the department, we've dispatched the JMPD. It is guarding the area as we speak. The stationary cars that have been put around the area to ensure they'll be secured. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. No further questions.
Yes. I think this will be, Mr. Sidumedi, do you have any re-examination? I think you are safe not to.
Manje namhlanje.
I take the hit, Chair, all fairness, no, there was no questions for re-examination, so that will be it for this witness. The only
Yes.
outstanding issue was just to accept his statement, so by the time we come back, then we can deal with the other business of the commission.
Yes. That will be, his statement will be what exhibit number?
It will be COJ 12, Chair. There were no annexures to that statement.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Tswaku, you are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Chair. Manje namhlanje.
We'll take a 15-minute adjournment. Mr. Sidumedi?
Chair and Commissioner Mabena, we beg leave to call MMC Nomoya Mnisi. She's the MMC. Yeah, I'll explain it.
Yes.
Hi, ma'am. Please give us your full names.
Nomoya Daphne Mnisi.
Sorry.
Nomoya Daphne Mnisi.
The evidence you're about to give us, you swear will be the truth, nothing else but the truth. And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Smenya. Mr.
Thank-
Sidumedi?
Thank you, Chair. MMC, in paragraph 1 of your statement, also maybe before I get there, there's a file in front of you. That is a witness statement. It appears on page 278 of that blue file. If you can just go. That. Are you on page 278, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In paragraph 1 of the statement, you indicated that you are a member of the mayoral committee responsible for economic development. When did you assume your duties?
I was firstly appointed on the 2nd of February by your worship. Then it was Tapelo, and he then resigned as the mayor. I was then reappointed again on the 5th of May.
So basically, you've been, I do accept that there were 2 terms, but effective from February 2023, you have been at least in this position.
Yes.
Okay. And if you go to paragraph 8 of your statement, it's on page 280, you indicate that the department that you are overseeing has various directorates. Can you just elaborate to the chairperson the directorates that you are overseeing?
Thank you. So the economic development, it's one of the big departments in the city of Johannesburg, which we have a core department that has 6 directorates, and then it also has 3 entities, which is JPC, Joburg Property Company, and then we have Joburg Market and Joburg Tourism Company.
So just for the record, you are saying in terms of the department itself, before you get to it, you got on paragraph 8, you are saying there's economic development policy and planning, there's sustainable economic facilitation, there's trade and investment, economic development facilitation, strategic management support, and integrated regional economic development. Am I correct in, is that the correct summation of your portfolio?
Yes.
Yes. And then you do indicate in paragraph 9 that you've got other municipal entities that your office oversees, right? What are those entities?
It's Joburg Property Company, Joburg Market, and Joburg Tourism Company.
Okay.
If we can allow interpretation, Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair, completely. Inshallah.
Mr. Mujai?
Good morning, Chair. Moeledi o ile a lebisa MMC Nomoya Daphne Mnisi ko tsebe 28 mo serapa 1 mo ile gore MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore portfolio ya gagwe e ile gore o ikarabelela yone ke a tlhabololo ya ikonomi mo toropong ya Johannesburg. Moeledi o ile a mmotsa gore o ile a simolola leng tiro eno ya gagwe ya go nna leloko la komiti ya ratoropo kgotsa member of the mayoral committee. Ona a tlhalosa gore o ile a simolola ka di 2 tsa February ka fa tlase ga ketolopele ya ratoropo Rethapelo yo ile gore o ile a rola tiro moragonyana mme ratoropo yo mosha o ile a motlhoma gape ka letlha la 5 May mo go yone portfolio eno ya tlhabololo ya ikonomi ka jalo ka mafoko a mangwe o setse a diretse mo dipakeng tse pedi tsa bo ratoropo ba babedi go tla go fitlha ga jana. Moeledi o ile a mo lebisa ko serapa 8 se se mo tsebe 280 gore a tla MMC a tla tlhalose gore o ikarabelela ditheo dife di le kae tsa portfolio eno. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore go na le ditheo tse di farologaneng tse le gore o ikarabelela tsone. O na tlhalosa gore lefapha la tlhabololo ya ikonomi ke lefapha le legolo thata mo toropong mme ditheo tsa konokono tsa lefapha leno di ke tse 6 kgotsa tse 6 mme ka fa tlase ga tsone gape o ikarabelela ditheo tse dingwe tse di ikemetseng tse di jaaka JPC e leng Johannesburg Property Company, Johannesburg Market mmogo le Johannesburg Tourism Commission, Johannesburg Tourism Company. So ke tsone ditheo tse le gore le tsone di ka fa tlase ga ketolopele ya gagwe.
Thanks, Tate Mojai. Yes, you mentioned these 3, but I think for the purposes of this commission will focus by and large on the Johannesburg Property Company, which is the custodian of the city's properties, including buildings, right? So that's what I think. But before we get into the JPC, I just want to explain to the chairperson, as the MMC, you indicate in paragraph 12 that your relationship with the entities like the JPC is governed by, amongst others, the shareholder policy, right? And I note here that you are saying it is been attached, but Chairperson, I just realized this morning that the actual policy was not attached, but
Yes.
in due course we will make the copy of the policy available to the Commission. But just outline to the Chair, in essence, what does this document tell us about how you interface with the entity?
Firstly, I think we should also empower the Commission by saying that
Moemedi wa toropo fa go tloa mo dikagong le dikagong le ditsha tsa toropo. Jano moeledi o ile o misa kwa serapa 12 mo le gore a tlhalosa gore jaaka MMC ka mona ga gagwe le JPC e laolwa ke shareholder policy me moeledi o tlhalosetsa modulasetulo gore o lemogile ga jana gore shareholder policy eno ga ya manegwa mo fileng me batla dira ithulaganyo tsa gore e tle nne teng. Jaanong ona a mmotsa moeledi ya botsa MMC gore o ikgolaganya jang o na le kamano ntseng jang le setheo seno. MMC la tlhalosa gore ditheo tsa MMC di laolwa ke diboto tse le gore gantsi di na le maloko a le 13 ga mmogo le modulasetulo mme gape di na le kaelo ya dikomiti tse 3 tse di tlhomamisang gore kabelo ya ditirelo ya diragadiwa. Jaanong o na tlhalosa gore mo shareholder policy e le gore e kwadilwe go kwadilwe gore ka fa molaong ene tsela ga go ya go ikgolaganya le board gore a tle a ikgolaganye a dirisa diboto me fa ile gore go a direga gore o tlhoka pego ka bonako jo bo rileng o kgona gore a ikgolaganye le khutamaga kgotsa CEO wa boto ka tlhamalalo le fa go ntse jalo mo mabakeng a le mantsi o tshwanetse gore a nne le puisano le setheo a dirisa boto e le gore e tlhomilwe.
So as part of your oversight and interface with the entities, how frequent do you have sessions, if any, with these entities?
We have sessions that we call chairperson's quarterlies, where the board chairperson, the CEO, and the CFO would come and present to the MMC the performance of the entity for that quarter. So we have 4 quarters in a year, so that's how we interact with the board.
So in those quarterlies, that's where the entities through the boards, I assume that they present to you their performance for the previous quarter.
Yes.
All right.
Moledi o ile a botsa MMC gore o ikgolaganya kgotsa o na le dikopano ga kae le ditheo tse le gore di ka fa tlase ga lefapha la bone. MMC o ne a tlhalosa gore ba ne le se ba se bitsang chairperson's quarterly ka mofoko wa mang kotara nngwe le nngwe mo ngwageng mo go raya gore gane mo ngwageng ba kopana le khurutamaga jaaka CEO, COO, CFO ke bone ba ile gore ba tlisa pego ya tiro e ba e dirile mo kotang e rileng ka jalo mo dikopanong tseno dinna re ka ngwaga ona le kotara di le 4 ba kopana le boto kgotsa ke media boto ka makgetlo a le 4 mo ngwageng.
And now, if we look at we are aware that the municipal financial year starts in July of every year. So I want to focus on the events around the first quarter of last year is 2023. So when was your first meeting for 2023's quarter?
It wasn't.
Yes, because if the financial year of the municipality starts on the 1st of July, I think I'm right. Am I correct? Let me make presumptuous statements here. Is it correct that the municipal financial year starts on the 1st of July?
Correct.
And now, when you speak of the quarters, what would you consider to be the first quarter for the year that started on 1 July 2023?
It will be in October.
2023.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore ka tsela e a itseng ka yone gore ngwaga wa tsa madi wa masepala o simolola ka kgwedi ya July ngwaga mo le mongwe a go ntse jalo MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore o nepile go ntse jalo jaanong o na botsa gore kotara ya ntlha ya tsa madi ya masepala e simolola leng e be kona la leng kgwedi ya July o na tlhalosa gore e konela ka kgwedi ya October.
JPC, as one of your entities that you are overseeing, through its CEO, Ms. Helen Botes, has testified in this commission about the occurrences or a tragedy that occurred at Usindiso, and as well as her encounters with the other buildings that are hijacked. Are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, I'm aware.
In that testimony, Ms. Botes accepts that as the JPC, there were breaches of the bylaws, amongst others, EMS, emergency bylaws speaking to building regulations, bylaws on safety. Are you aware of those facts?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore bangwe ba ile gore ba ka fa tlase ga setheo seng sa JPC ba ile batla go tla go nela bosupi fano mo commissioneng. Mongwe wa bone e ne le khutamaga wa GPC, CEO ya GPC e bong me Helen Bottas. O ile a fana ka bosupi fano gore gona dikago dingwe dikago e tshwana le Usindiso e nentse le tlhoba boroko, mme gape gona dikago tse dingwe gape tse le gore ke tlhoba boroko. Mo di dila botsa MMC gore a wa itse kgotsa o kila le mo o ile a lemoga gore me Bottas o ile a nela bosupi jo bontseng jalo. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo wa itse ka bosupi jo. Jaanong ana tlhalo ona moeledi ona tlhalosa gape gore me Bottas mo bosuping jwa gagwe o ile a tlhalosa gore gona le mokgwa wa go tlola melao ya masepala e le gore e beilwe melao ya EMS, melao ya pabalesego jalo le jalo. Ke se ana se bua mo bosuping jwa gagwe. Moeledi ona botsa gore MMC ona itse ka seno ka kgotsa ka bosupi jo me Bottas a boneileng. MMC o la tlhalosa gore mo karolong eo ona itse ka jone.
Furthermore, Ms. Bottas testified about Usindiso in particular in terms of the challenges that they as an entity were experiencing with the management of that building and other buildings. Were you aware of those challenges?
I wasn't aware before the burning of the building.
Okay.
Moeledi ona a botsa MMC gore go kgotsa ona tlhalosa gore me Bottas o ile a nela bosupi segolo bogolo a tlhomeno gopolo mo kagong ya Usindiso gore ba kile ba nna le dikgwetlo di le mmalwa fa go tloa mo kagong eno, segolo bogolo dikgwetlo tse di amana le botsamaisi jwa kago eo. Ona botsa MMC gore a ono o itse ka dikgwetlo tse le gore JPC e mekamekane le tsone ka kago eo. MMC o ne a tlhalosa gore o ne a sa itse ka dikgwetlo tseno, o itse le kgotsa o di lemogile morago ga gore mollo o runye ko kagong eo.
Okay.
Just to make additions, when they came for quarterlies, I think on the 29th of May, I then posed a question just after they made their presentation on the performance, and because it was not part of their presentation, I asked them about what is it that they're doing as an entity on illegal properties. What they indicated there was that they have a challenge of evicting people. Yes, we do have investors who have appetite in buying those buildings, but now the challenge becomes the temporary emergency accommodation, which is not within their jurisdiction, but it's a function of human settlement.
Yes, that was I was going to ask you, but thanks for
Oh,
preempting
okay.
me, but it's okay. Mr. Mojahi.
MMC ona kopa gore a oketse mo go sa se buileng e leng se le gore tota moeledi o fetsa go tlhalosa gore e ne tlile go nna potso ya gagwe e latelang. MMC ona tlhalosa gore ka di 29 tsa May ka kopano ya bone ya kotara o ile a botsa setheo tota le fa ile gore bana ba setse ba tlhalositse gore kgotsa ba tlhalositse tiro e setse ba e dirile mo kotareng e ntse jang. Ona bona go le maleba go botsa setheo gore ke eng se le gore ba se dira malebana le dikago tse le gore di thukutilwe kgotsa tse di hijacked. MMC o la tlhalosa go karabo ena e bona ke gore ba JPC ba le ba tlhalosa gore ba na le dikgwetlo di le mmalwa malebana le seno segolo jang go leleka batho ba ile gore ba mo kagong le gore ba tle ba fudisiwe ko kagong e nngwe. Gape ba ne ba tlhalosa gore go na le babeeletsi ba le bantsi ba ile gore ba na le keletso e kgolo ya gore ba tle ba reke dikago tseno le go di tlhabolola. Le fa go ntse jalo kgang kgolo e ne le kgwetlo ya gore batho ba tlile go nna kae, so e ne le kgang ya matlo kgotsa bodulo jo batho ba tlile go bona.
I think you said I'm not sure if I heard correctly. You said 29 May. We are still in February. Did you say 29 May? Maybe.
Yes, last year.
That's my apologies.
Yeah.
All right. Now, yes, we are not going to rehash the evidence of the JPC, but as the MMC responsible for or overseeing or having oversight over JPC as a custodian of property, what is it at an MMC level that you are doing to resolve the challenges around properties that you own in the inner city?
I think the challenge of the hijacked buildings, it's not only a one departmental challenge, but it's an interdisciplinary, departments challenge, because it also includes the Department of Safety, it includes EMS, it includes or involves development planning and human settlement as well. Now, what we then did at the level of the mayoral committee through the executive mayor, he then resuscitated a committee in their respective, fields. So what we then received, especially from JPC, there's a report that it was a progress report, obviously as indicated in my statement that I have not received or prior the burning of the building, I did not receive a report of bad buildings, but in this said meeting, I think it was in September, just after the executive mayor resuscitated the committee, there's a presentation, that was made by JPC, giving us a progress on what is it that they have done in terms of the revitalization or rejuvenating or release program of the bad buildings. So that report was then presented in that forum and challenge.
Fitlhile bogakaleng jo bo kana kang go rarabolla dikgwetlho tse le gore etse tse di amanang le dikago tse le gore ke tsa toropo. MMC o na araba ka gore e re ka kganya ya dikago kgotsa dikgwetlho tse le go di teng mo dikago ga se fela kgwetlho e lebaganeng le lefapha la bone fela, go na le mo ke e le gore e lebane le ditheo tse di farologaneng le mafapha a farologaneng. O na tlhalosa gore di mafapha a le gore a ikarabelela pabalesego, EMS, planning, jalo le jalo, le one a amega mo go rarabolle dikgwetlho tse le gore di teng malebana le dikago. O na tlhalosa gape gore ratoropo o ile a tsosolosa letsholo lengwe le le gore le setse le didimetse le sule le le go le bidiwa Inner City Sub-Mayoral Committee. Mo go yone ke committee e le gore di-MMC tse di farologaneng tse di ka rabelela mo mafapheng a mangwe a e le gore le one a amega, ba kopana mmogo mme ba batla go bona tsela e yang pele gore ba ka rarabolla jang mathata a le gore a teng mo toropong kgotsa mo dikarolong tse di farologaneng tse le gore ba amega mo go tsone. O na tlhalosa gape gore pele ga gore mollo o ne teng ga ka amogela o na ise amogele pego e tswang kwa JPC, mme o na a amogela morago ga gore ratoropo a tsosolose letsholo le re buleng ka lone. Mme o na tlhalosa ka September ke mo le gore ba ile ba tlisa pego ya kgatelopele e le gore ba ne le yone segolo jang ka go tsosolosa le go tlhabolola dikago tse le gore di tewa e le dikago tse di busula kgotsa di-bad buildings. Mme gape mo godimo ga mo JPC ile a nela dikgwetlho tse le gore e na le tsone segolo jang fa go tloa ka bodulo jwa nakwana jo le go ba tshwanetse ba ne le baagi ba ile gore ba ntshiwa mo kagong, gape le dikgwetlho tsa ditšhelete gore ba kgone go mekamekana le bathata a ba ka tswa ba le lone. Jaanong MMC a re o ile a botsa ba JPC gore yaanong goreng jaanong kgang eno ya go tsosolosa le go tlhabolola dikago tseno tse di busula ile ya emisiwa e sa tswelele. Bana ba tlhalosa lebaka e le la COVID gore go morago ga gore go runye le roborobo la COVID bana ba tshwana le gore ba emise ka tiro eo.
Thanks. So when you received the feedback of progress or the challenges that were raised by JPC at that subcommittee, what interventions were you able to make, at least obviously within your capacities? I accept that you are saying that structure, the subcommittee, is comprised of various MMCs. So what are the interventions that the MMCs and whoever that sits in a structure was able to bring to bear to resolve, if possible, the challenges raised by JPC?
Offlines, I did engage the MMC of Finance, and he indicated to me that we are working on a very tight budget, and what we are accommodating, or rather prioritizing as the city, it's service delivery departments. Now, the advice that he then gave was that we need to approach, the National Department of Human Settlement to assist us as JPC in with finances. That was his counseling that we got from him. So from my end, that's what I did. I engaged the MMC of Finance to try and see how can we best get assistance as JPC.
Okay.
Before I give another response.
Yeah, let's
Jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa gore ke botsereganye bofe jo o ile wa bodira wa tlhaloganya gore MMC o tlhalositse gore mo committee eo ya submayoral committee go na le MMC tse di farologaneng tse di karabelelang go rarabolola dikgwetlho tse le gore JPC e lebane le tsone. Jaanong nna mbotsa gore ke dikgato dife tsa go tsereganya tse le gore di MMC ba setse ba itirile go akaretsa le ene jaaka MMC yo e karabelang. MMC o ne a tlhalosa gore o ile a ikgolaganya le MMC
regarding the inner city, I'm paraphrasing, it's an inner city renewal program. It may not necessarily be the correct phraseology, but in a sense, it's a program that was designed for the rejuvenation of the inner city. Are you aware of that program? Or at least those media statements that were made by Councillor Mashaba then?
Yes, I think as the residents of the city, I would have seen that it was all over the media.
Correct.
Yes, I'm aware.
Now, the query was, what has happened to that program that was announced by the former mayor with regard to the rejuvenation and release of properties in the inner city? Do you have any knowledge that you can share with the commission?
Sorry, I think because the program was more of operational, but what I have knowledge of, it was that it was a program that was segmented into 4 phases, and one which you are asking about, one phase which was it's what I spoke to earlier on when I said that JPC in September they came to with a company that they have allocated those buildings to.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore jaaka MNS ba ile ba nna le dipuisano le mokwaledi wa commission mo ile gore MMC o ile go golega nna le ngorego kgotsa go ne gana le potso tse le go di ya tlhaga malebana le statement sa babegedikgang se ne sa dirwa ke ratoropo wa pele e bong Re Mashaba. Mo statement seo Re Mashaba o ile a tlhalosa gore go ne go na le thulaganyo nngwe e bidiwang Inner City Renewal Program. Jaanong mo le dina o na botsa MMC gore a ona itse le go lemoga ka thulaganyo eo ga mmogo le ka statement seo sa babegedikgang se le go seneswa go Re Mashaba. MMC o ile a araba ka gore jaaka moagi wa toropo eno ya Johannesburg o na itse ka thulaganyo eo ga mmogo le ka statement se le gore se tletse mo metsweding ya babegedikgang. Jaanong o na botsa moeledi le botsa gore go na ga direga eng ka thulaganyo eo ya Inner City Renewal Program, thulaganyo ya go tsosolosa le go tlhabolola toropo ka kakaretso. MMC o na tlhalosa gore thulaganyo eno tota ene le ya go dira ka mafoko a mang ene le ya operational mme ene le magato a le mane a ile gore ana tshwantsa fete mo go yone mme ka nako kgotsa moeledi fa a botsa potso eno MMC o tlhalosa gore tota ona a bua ka se le gore re ka se bitsa second phase gore thulaganyo eno ene tsamela mo legatong la bobedi mo ile gore dikago di le 71 ne di tlile go gololwa di gololola ditheo tsa poraefete gore di ka rekiwa le gore di tsosoloswe mme ke gone kwa kopano MMC ya ile a bua ka yone pelenyana le JPC mo ile gore ba ile ba tlhalosa gore ba tlile go dira tiro eno jang ba tlile go golola dife ke di-company dife tse di tlile go amega jalo le jalo so go na le thulaganyo yotlhe dintlha tsotlhe tse le go di danelwa mo kopano eo malebana di ka go tseno tse le go di tlile go amega mo thulaganyong eo.
So can I ask, can the commission assume from your response, can the commission assume that that program, in whatever format it is still in existence?
Yes, it is.
And it is that same program that you are saying the JPC was reporting to you in the inner city mayoral subcommittee?
Yes.
Right. Now, MMC, like I said, that Ms. Bodias has already testified at length about the challenges and the programs that they have now. As the MMC that has responsibility over one Usindiso and many other buildings of a similar stature, what is it that you want to say to the commission in light of the fact that these buildings are in that state whilst you are we have got an oversight responsibility over such buildings? Is there anything that you want to say to the commission about that aspect? Maybe if I can paraphrase. Things went wrong in this building. Buildings have been hijacked. It's not only Usindiso. There are other buildings that have been hijacked or are in a similar state of decay. And all these buildings fall under the portfolio that the MMC is overseeing. So what comfort can you give this commission about that of the past and how we are going to prevent the recurrence of or ameliorate whatever is happening on the ground?
As the MMC of Economic Development and responsible for Joburg Property Company, indeed I am saddened about the trajectory that happened last year on the 31st of August, where we lost many souls. It is an incident that does not happen, regularly in any city, Now we
Proceed.
We emphasized with the injured that is very distractive, with the casualties who were still in hospital. We went to see them in hospital, and we also went from time to time at Bezen Wood, where those who survived the fire were placed. We want to say to the city of Johannesburg residents, whether they are here legally or illegally, can they stop, however, we feel that now there's an agency of us embarking on this program of revitalization, rejuvenation of us, recouping our buildings back and ensuring that we get those investors who will then redevelop those buildings for another purpose.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore jaaka JPC ile ya tlisa bosupi jwa yone gore go na le dikgwetlho tse le go ne di teng kgotsa go na di dikago tse di nang le mathata a o no itse ka sone seo MMC la tlhalosa gore jaanong ke pego e le gore MMC JPC ile a romela go ne go bua ka yone malebana le dikgwetlho tse ba na le tsone go ntse fela jalo jaanong moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore jaaka e le MMC e karabelelang dikago mo toropong go akaretsa le yone Usindiso mmogo le dikago tse dingwe tse le gore di mo seemong se se tshwanang le sa Usindiso ka mafoko a mangwe ke dikago tse le gore di mo seemong se se busula ke dikago tsa mathata mo le dule a botsa gore yaanong ke eng se le gore o ka MMC ya karata go se bua malebana le dikago tse dintseng jalo e re ka e le ene a ikarabelelang tsone ka gonne ke tlhogo ya JPC gape mmogo le lefapha le go ikarabella lone ba ikarabella dikago tse dintseng jalo ka mafoko a mangwe gore a tle a tlhalose sentle moeledi o ile gore dilo ga di a ka di a tsamaya sentle ko Usindiso mmogo le dikago tse dingwe jaanong ke eng se a ka rata go se bua go netefaletsa commission le go igomotsa malebana le se ba se dirang ka kgwetlho eno ya dikago tse dintseng jalo MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore jaaka e le MMC yo ikarabelelang tlhabololo ya ikonomi mmogo a ikarabelela ditheo tse di jaaka JPC o batla sa ntlha a tlhalosa gore o utlwile botlhoko thata ke tiragalo e diragetseng ko Usindiso ka gonne matshelo a batho a le bantsi a le latlhegelwa jaanong se le gore a o ile a tlhalosa gape ke gore dikotsi tsa mofuta ono tse di tshwana le tsa ko Usindiso ga se gantsi di direga ebile ga di direge mo ditoropong di le dintsi ka jalo se bana ba se dira morago ga kotsi eo ba ile ba ya go leba ba tswa setlhabelo ba ile gore ba ne ba le ko bookelong go bona gore ba ntse ba ya jang ke eng se ba se tlhokang jalo le jalo mme gape ba ile ba ya ko kagong e nngwe kutlwile kete ke Bezelenwood ko ile gore ba ne ba beile ba le go ba falotse kotsi eo ba ile ba go bone go utlwa gore ba ntse ba ya jang mme se sengwe se le gore MMC o ile a se dira ke go ikuela mo baaging ba Johannesburg gore ba tlogele ba emise ba tlogele go thukuta dikago ka gonne ke lone lebaka le go le re tlisitse fano gompieno ka gonne batho jaanong ba setse ba tsaya maikarabelo a toropo ra itse gore go na le mathata le dikgwetlho tsa bodulo tsa matlo mo toropong le fa go ntse jalo fa batho ba tsaya maikarabelo a puso a go fa batho matlo ka gore ba thukute dikago tse dintseng jalo seno se tlisa mathata le dikotsi tse di tshwana le e le gore re bone yaanong o ile a tlhalosa gape gore ke boammaaruri jaaka toropo jaaka keteledipele o ile a tlhalosa gore go na le dintlha tse dingwe tse le gore ga ba ka ba di lemoga ka mafoko mo o ile a dirisa mafoko gore we drop the ball mo dintlheng tse dingwe le mme le fa go ntse jalo gone jaanong go na le moya wa go dira dilo ka potlako go tlhomamisa gore dilo di tsamaya sentle le gore dikago tse le go di teng di a tsosoloswa di a tlhabololwa le di-developers ba e le gore ba na le kgatlhego e kgolo ya go tlhabolola dikago tse dintse jalo le bone ba nna le seabe gore dikago tseo di kgone go nna mo maemong a a siameng
Did I interject you before you finish your testimony?
No, it's fine.
Were you done? Chairperson, I don't have any further questions.
Yes.
Because the bulk of the operational issues were covered by Ms. Botes. I also just to keep the political oversight component of it. So I don't have any further questions for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Advocate Semenya.
Mayor, where did you drop the ball?
Where we dropped the ball was not to do the due diligence of follow-ups after our stakeholder who is responsible for the buildings and the properties. You know, obviously he was manhandled. He went there with the ward councillor, and he then went to open a case after that. He went to SAPS, and JMPD also came there. There were people who were arrested, but we never did, follow-ups to make sure that people are evicted in that building.
Moeledi o ile a botsa MMC gore ke fa kae mo le gore ga ba ka ba dira tiro ya bone sentle kgotsa ka mafoko a mangwe, where did you drop the ball? MMC no a tlhalosa gore ga ba ka ba dira tiro ya go latedisa ka tsela e tshwanetseng, ka mafoko a mangwe ga ba ka ba dira due diligence ka tsela e matshwanedi, ka gone morago ga gore motsa karolo yo le gore ona tshwantse gore a tsene ko kagong eno a ile ba ile ba moketeka ba mo tshwara ka nako e le gore na tsamaya le mo counselora ka yone ga ba ka ba latedisa kgang eno tota le fa le gore motsa karolo ono o ile a ko station sa mapodisi a bula kgetsi le ba sepodisi ba ile ba na le seabe mo go seno. Kgang ya bone e ne le gore ga ba ka ba latedisa kgang eno sentle ka gore ba tle ba leleke badudi ba ka go eno.
I'll try again. Where did you drop the ball that explains the death of 76 people?
I am not sure if I am following your question, because my response of dropping the ball was on the basis of the response that I gave. So the death of 77 people and us dropping the ball, I am not sure if I understand the synergy between the two.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore le kare gala ka la dira tiro ya lona sentle kae fa mo malebana mo le gore go ile ga fela ka gore go nne le dintsho di le 76. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore ga tlhomisega ka potso eno ka gonne ntlha ya gagwe ya gore ga ba dira tiro sentle e malebana le se a setsa se buile, mme jaanong ga a bone gore ga a tlhaloganye gore go sa dire tiro a bone go a go tlhalositseng go amana jang kgotsa go tsamaisana jang le dintsho tsa 76 tsa batho ba ile gore ba ile ba swela ko kagong eo.
This commission is to inquire into the death of 76 people, right?
77.
They're not 77. I'm correct when I say they're 76.
Okay.
Moedi dula o botsa gore commission eno e diretse go batlisisa se se diragetseng kgotsa go batlisisa ka dintsho tsa batho ba le 76 ba ile gore ba ile baswa mo kotsing eno a go ntse jalo MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore tota ke batho ba le 77 mme moedi dula a re o tlhomisegile ebile wa itse gore bua ka eng fa re ke batho ba le 76. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo.
You know that's what the commission is to inquire into, right?
Correct.
Moedi o botsa gore a MMC wa itse gore go ka eng fa go te commission e tlile go batlisisa MMC o tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo.
Where did you drop the ball resulting in the death of 76 people in Usindiso?
Our dropping the ball had nothing to do with people dying at Usindiso.
Moedi o botsa gore jaanong lona lile la sekala dira tiro ya lona sentle kae mo go na ga felela ka gore batho ba le 76 ba tlhokafale ko kagong ya Usindiso. MMC o na tlhalosa gore go sa dire tiro ya bone sentle ga go amane ka gope le dintsho tse 76 tsa batho ba ile gore ba ile baswa mo kagong eo.
So why are you telling us about dropping the ball if it has nothing to do with the death and the mandate of this commission?
I was giving, as per the advocate was saying, that I should just give my closing remarks on how I felt on what transpired there at Usindiso. So in everything that I've said, I am not sure why is it that the commission picks on dropping off the ball and feels strongly that from dropping off the ball it has or any alignment with the death of people.
moeledi ona a re jaanong goreng ono o bua ka gore ga la dira tiro sentle fa ile gore jaanong ga go amane le dintsho tse 76 tse le gore commission eno e dire dipatlisiso ka gone goreng o bua ka you drop the ball. Well, MMC ona tlhalosa gore ona a bua seno gore ga ba dira tiro sentle malebana le potso e le gore moeledi o ile a mmotsa yone gore atle a nelane ka dintlha tse di konelang tsa gagwe gore o ikutlwa jang ka se se diragetseng ko mme o na tlhalosa gone go gore ga ba ka ba dira tiro sentle malebana le gore o ikutlwa jang le gore ke dintlha tse di konelang tsa gagwe tsa go nela statement. Jaanong ga a tlhaloganye gore goreng jaanong mmueledi kgotsa commission jaanong e batla go golaganya ntlha e a buileng ya gore ga ba dira tiro sentle le dintsho tsa batho ba ba suleng go ka go eno ka gonne ga di amane ka gope le statement se le gore o ile a senela.
Ma'am, according to you, what went wrong explaining the death of 76 people in Usindiso?
Can you paraphrase the question?
What went wrong that explains the death of 76 people in Usindiso? As you are sitting there, what went wrong?
What went wrong in the building? I'm not sure if I understand the question.
That, according to you, explains the death of the 76 in the fire in Usindiso. What went wrong?
I think the commission is here to do that, do the due diligence in gathering information from all the witnesses that are coming here. And from where I am seated, because I did not do any research of what really transpired into the building, so I would not be in a position to give factual information, as you had indicated that we are here to gather factual information, so that what I will be speaking here will be on hearsays and my common sense of what might have transpired. However, when we went on site, we found some of the survivors who are residents of the building, who then indicated that there was just an eruption of fire. They saw smoke, and I think one of the wrong things that would have happened inside of the building was that on the stairs there were barricades, so people could not run through in those stairs. So that obviously will not maybe assist the commission, because myself, I was not inside the building. I've never went inside the building, so I do not have information of what went wrong for the building to be on fire.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore go ya ka wena MMC o akanya gore ke go ile ga senyega kae ke eng se se neng se le phoso mo ile gore go ile ga felela ka gore go ne le dintsho tsa batho ba le 76. MMC o na kopa moeledi gore a tla botse potso eno e o ka tsela mo gore a kgone go e tlhaloganya ka gonne ga a tlhaloganye potso eo. Well, MMC o na botsa gape gore go ya ka wena MMC ke eng se se bakileng kgotsa ke eng se se diragetseng ke eng se se phoso se diragetseng se se bakileng dintsho tsa batho ba le 76. Well, MMC o na tlhalosa gore o akanya gore lebaka la go be commission e ne ya thewa, commission eno e ne ya thewa ke go dira gone seno go tla go kokoanya tshedimosetso le dintlha tse le go di ka gona go tlhalosa gore ke eng se se diragetseng kgotsa ke eng se se phoso se se diragetseng. Jaanong MMC o na tlhalosa gape gore ene ga a ka dira dipatlisiso ka kago eo, jaanong ga ana dintlha tsa boammaaruri sa na le sone fela ke sa sutluleng le dikakanyo tsa gagwe malebana le gore ke eng se se diragetseng se se phoso. Mme le fa go ntse jalo ga se se le gore commission eno e ya se batla. commission e batla dintlha go tswa dintlha tsa boammaaruri ke ka foo go tla batho ba le bantsi go tla go neela bosupi go tla go neela dintlha malebana le se se diragetseng kwa kagong eo. O na tlhalosa gape gore se ba ne ba se dira morago ga kotsi eno ba ile ba kopana le bafalodi ba kotsi eo mme ba ne ba tlhalosa gore go ne go na le molelo o neng wa runya mo kagong ebile go ne go na le mosi o le montsi. Jaanong o na tlhalosa gore bafalodi bao ba ile ba bua gore mo ditepising go ne go na le magora kgotsa di-barricades tse le gore gongwe ke tsone tse di neng tsa ba kgoreletsa gore ba kgone go tswa mo kagong. Jaanong MEC o na tlhalosa gore gongwe ke lone lebaka lengwe le le dirileng gore go ne le dintsho tse di kalo se se ne sa direga mo ditepising. Le fa go ntse jalo ene ga a ka tsena mo kagong ebile ga ise a kwa tsene mo go yone ka jalo ga itse kago eno sentle ebile ga na dintlha ka yone.
You won't take political accountability for the death of the 76?
No.
O tla tsa maikarabelo a sepolotiki malebana le dintsho tseno tsa batho ba le 76 MMC a re nnyaa.
What, in your view, and in what type of magnitude would cause you to take political responsibility?
I think as indicated that my responsibility or my role over entities is oversight. And if such information on bad buildings was not presented to myself, I would have not known that we have such a challenge in the city. So I am not sure if I would have answered you adequately. I will not be able to take any responsibility for the death or rather a fire which I do not know how it came about.
Jaanong moriri o na mmotsa gore go ya ka wena kgotsa go ya ka bogolo jo bo kana kang motho a ka tsa maikarabelo a rwala maikarabelo a sepolotiki. MEC o na tlhalosa gore ene jaaka e le MMC o tlhalositse maikarabelo a gagwe le tiro ya gagwe ke go ba leitlho ke oversight. Mme o na tlhalosa gore fa ile gore pego e malebana le dikago tse di busula e na se ka ya tla fa pele ga gagwe o na se kitla a bua ka tsone ka jalo o kgone go bua ka tsone ka gonne o na le pego e ntseng jalo. Jaanong ga a itse gore go tswa mo letlhakoreng la gagwe malebana le molelo o a o tla ba a araba sentle ka gonne ke go ya ka maikarabelo a gagwe ke go ba leitlho.
What political oversight responsibility are you willing to take for the death of the 76?
None.
Moedi di botsa gore fa go tloa mo maikarabelong a go ba leitlho ga sepolotiki kgotsa political oversight responsibility o ikaletse go rwala maikarabelo a le kana kang malebana le dintsho tse 76 tsa batho ba swileng ko kagong eo. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore ga gona maikarabelo ape a le gore wa rwala.
You were told a little earlier that Ms. Buotas, CEO of a public entity under your portfolio, has conceded that there were contraventions of numerous bylaws. You heard that, right?
Correct.
Moedi di botsa a re me Buotas yo le gore ke CEO wa setheo sa setšhaba se le go seka fa tlase ga portfolio ya MMC o na tlhalosa gore go ile ga nna le go tlolwa ga melao e le mentsi ya masepala fa go ne go na la bosupi a ba botsa MMC gore a wa itse ka seno kgotsa o ile a utlwa ka seno. MMC o ile a re o nepile wa itse ka gone.
This is now a municipal entity that is contravening municipal bylaws, right?
I don't know if I've captured you correctly, if you're saying municipal entities are contravening.
No.
Oh.
I'm talking about the
You can take this, I'm not going.
entity that Ms. Buotes is a CEO of. It is a municipal entity, right?
Yes, it is.
That is breaking the municipal bylaws, right?
JPC is not responsible for bylaws. The function of bylaws, it's within the JMPD entity, or rather department.
I'm amazed.
Moeledi o na botsa gore jaaka e le setheo sa masepala se tlola melao ya masepala a go ntse jalo MMC wile a batla go tlhaloganya gore a o raya gore ditheo tsa masepala di tlola melao ya masepala na nya moeledi ile a tlhalosa gore mme Buotes jaaka CEO ya setheo sa masepala ke go mo go raya gore setheo seno sa JPC ke sone se le gore se tlola melao ga se tsamaisana le melao ya masepala MMC la tlhalosa gore JPC ga e dire melao ya masepala di bylaws di ka fa tlase ga boikarabelo jwa JMPD.
I say I'm amazed that a company whose legal responsibility is to manage properties of the city, including Usindiso, you say is not responsible for complying with the bylaws. Is that what you say?
JPC is an entity, correct, of the city of Johannesburg, and the department that is responsible for bylaws is JMPD. Now, I do not understand how is it that JPC can be accused of having not complied with the bylaws, because people who would have violated the bylaws is the ones that have accessed the building illegally, not JPC.
Moeledi a re o gagamadiwa ke karabo eno ka gonne company e le gore e laola dikago kgotsa e karabela ka botsamaisi jwa dikago go akaretsa kago ya Usindiso a MMC o ra gore company e ntseng jalo ga ikarabelele gore e latele ikobele melao ya masepala. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore JPC ke setheo sa ke sengwe sa ditheo tsa ditheo tse le go di ka fa tlase ga toropo ya Johannesburg, me lefapha le di karabelelang melao ya masepala ke JMPD. Jaanong ga a tlhaloganye gore o ra jang moeledi fa re JPC e karabelela melao ya masepala ka gonne batho ba ile gore ba tlotse molao wa masepala ga se JPC go na le mo ke batho ba ile gore ba ile ba tsenelela kago ba ile ba tsenelela kago e se ka fa molao.
Fire safety is one of the bylaws that owners of buildings must abide by, right?
Correct.
Moeledi a re pabalesego ya molelo ke molao o ile gore molao wa masepala o le gore beng ba kago ba tshwanetse go ba o latela ba ikobele one a go ntse jalo MCR e go ntse jalo.
And not the responsibility of JMPD, right?
Correct.
Me ga se boikarabelo jwa JMP a go ntse jalo e go ntse jalo.
So we back to square one. JPC has considered not abiding with the bylaws regarding fire safety of the building they manage.
Once
follow?
JPC lists, I'm not sure if I can.
Okay, you go ahead.
Okay. Once JPC leases a building to a company or an NGO or an NPO, that company will then be held liable and responsible for all the compliance of the building. Now, where we were is that this building, we had a lease agreement with Usindiso, and so obviously when the lease expires, we then, and it's an automatic process of a month-to-month lease. So when those residents or people from behind Usindiso building, Emaklosen, decided to illegally occupy the building, and ourselves as JPC, we could not access our own building, which is something that I spoke to earlier on. We could not access our building. How were we expected to, do those checks of saying that does the building comply with issue of electricity? Does the building comply with the issues of water? Does the building comply with issues of fire? So where I am, I stand by what I've said before, that people who are responsible for bylaws, if you are speaking about the issue of fire and compliance, that it's the responsibility of EMS to make sure that they do their oversight, that the buildings do comply.
Jaanong Moeledi o ile a re go raya gore JPC ga ya ka ya ikobela melao ya pabalesego ya molelo e le gore ke melao ya masepala. MMC o ne a tlhalosa gore ka go nngwe e le gore ba na le yone ba e hirisetsa di-company kgotsa di-NPO, di-NGO tse dingwe, mme fa ba sena go e hirisetsa kgotsa go na le lease agreement le di-company tsa mofuta one, company eo ke yone e ikarabelelang go ikobela melao ya masepala malebana le kago eo. Fa go tloa mo kagong ya Usindiso, ba ne ba na le lease agreement, tumalano ya go hirisa kago eno, mme fa e ne e sena go fela paka ya tumalano, go le gana ba ile ba tsenela mo tumalanong ya kgwedi le kgwedi. Jaanong MMC o tlhalosa gore o ile a tlhalosa pelenyana gore ga ba ka ba kgona go tsena mo kagong eno ka gonne baagi ba ko Emaklosen ba ne ba setse ba tseneletse kago eno, mme go tsenelela ga bone go ne ga dira go gonne bokete gore bone jaaka JPC ba kgone go tsena mo kagong e leng ya bone. Ka jalo ga ba kgona go diragatsa maikarabelo a bone kgotsa thumo ya bone e malebana le go tlhokomela kago, fa go tloa mo kganya go tlhokomela metsi, motlakase, molelo, gore a dilo tseno tsotlhe di tsamaisana le molao wa masepala. Jaanong batho ba ile gore ba ne ba ikarabella thata malebana le go tlhomamisa gore kago eno e mo maemong a siameng a tsamaisana le melao ene e le ba EMS.
Can I make addition?
Yes, you may.
I think just in addition to say that, yes, in document, in paper, the building does belong to the city of Johannesburg, but it is, a common sense that once a building is being hijacked, it will not be compliant with any of the bylaws.
MMC na kopa gore atle a oketse ka gore mo pampiring mo ditokomaneng ka go tla tlhalosiwa gore ke e wela ka fa tlase ga toropo ya Johannesburg. Le fa go ntse jalo, fa kago ya mofuta o e sena go thukutiwa e hijackiwa ga e tlhole e kgona ka go eno go tlile go nna bokete gore e kgona go ikobela melao ka gonne ga e tlhokomelwe.
I don't know why you prefer giving convoluted answers, ma'am. I didn't ask you anything about a lease, did I?
No, you didn't, but that's my response.
Yeah, I would prefer your response is to my answer, to my question.
Moeledi a re ga tlhaloganye goreng MMC a raba dipotso tse di se di bodiwe kgotsa a nela dikarabo ka dipotso tse di se di bodiwe. A re ga ise a botse ka kganya lease, mme le fa go ntse jalo MMC o ile a re ga wa botsa ka yone fa go ntse jalo ke tsela ya me ya go tsibogela potso e boditsweng.
I'm also disturbed by the sense that you say, once a building is, to use your expression, hijacked, there is no state power over it.
I've never said that.
You say once a building is hijacked, there's nothing you can
Common
do.
sense. It is a common sense that once a building is hijacked, the building will not be compliant, because whoever that would have hijacked the building will not be paying for water, will not be paying for electricity.
Moeledi a re jaanong o gakgamadiwa ke kgang e le gore ba e bua gore ntlha e le gore MMC a re fa kago e ka thukutiwa puso ga e tlhole na le matla mo go yone MMC o ile a re nnyaa ga a bua jalo o ile a re go a utlwala kgotsa ke common sense gore fa kago e thukutile e ka se tlhole e tsamaisana le go ikobela melao lebaka ke ka gonne batho ba ba ithukutileng ga ba kitla ba itlhokomelo ga ba kitla ba duela ditirelo tse di tshwana le metsi le motlakase ka jalo ka go eno e tlabe e le mo seemong se le gore ga se ikobele melao.
The duties of an owner in regard to a building do not disappear because a building is hijacked. Am I right?
Correct.
Moedi botsa gore ditiro tsa monga kago ga di nyelele fa e le gore kago eno e thukutilwe a go ntse jalo MMC a re e go ntse jalo.
And Ms. Bota says, as a CEO, numerous bylaws were not abided by them as managers of the building. You're not contesting that, do you?
Can you paraphrase that?
CEO JPC says they, as managers of the building, were not in compliance with numerous bylaws. You're not contesting that
The
evidence.
building was not in compliant, yes.
Are there going to be consequences to a CEO whose responsibility is to manage a building and who openly accepts that they were not compliant? I'm
I think-
asking you as a political head now.
I think this process of commission, of inquiry, it's yourselves that had established that from Ms. Botes. And as MMC Chwaku was here earlier on, that we did not want to run parallel processes when the upper structure, which is the province, had established a commission of inquiry, and we start doing our own municipality processes. So we are going to await for the commission to conclude its own process, and we will then take it from there.
Moeledi ona botsa MMC gore me bota se jaaka CEO ya setheo se le go se ikarabella ka go eo o la tlhalosa gore go na le melao ya masepala e le mentsi e le gore bone ba ne ba sa ikobile yone jaaka batsamaisi ba ka go eno Moeledi ona re MMC o ganetsana le se me bota se a se tlhalositse me gape Moeledi a ba botsa gore jaanong ke ditlamorago dife tse le gore CEO ya mofuta o e le gore sa ntlha ke motsamaisi wa setheo seo gape wa dumela gore ga ba ka ba ikobela melao ya masepala gore ditlamorago tse tsa gago e tlile go na dife go tlile go felela jang ka ene. Well MMC o la tlhalosa gore o akanya gore lebaka la go bo committee eno e tlhomilwe ke ka lone leno me gore go tlile go direga morago ga yone mme jaaka o ile a ba tlhalosa gore jaaka re tswaku MMC yo mongwe a na tlhalosa gore bone bana ba sa batle gore ba tle ba dire dipatlisiso tsa bone tse le go di tle go tsamaya ka nako e le nngwe le se commission e se dirang ke ka foo jaaka toropo ba letetse dipholo tse di tswang mo dipatlisiso tsa commission pele ba ka tsaya kgato malebana le se se diragetseng.
Now that you, yes?
Can I add
Yes.
that again, as the city, I think I did empower earlier on the commission by saying that the CEO is accountable to the board. So the board is the one who will then have to, also establish those processes. As the city, we cannot hire any CEO of any entity. As the city, we cannot fire any CEO of the city, of any entity as well. As you said, my role is oversight. It ends there. I cannot dictate on what happens into the entity.
MC gape ona tlhalosa gore tota jaaka ba le toropo ba nela commission matla le taolo ka go tlhalosa gore CEO e ikarabelela boto jaanong ga se mo maruding a toropo gore ba tle ba hire kgotsa ba leleke CEO seo ke boikarabelo jwa boto jaanong ene jaaka MMC o tlhalositse gore seabe sa gagwe ke go ba leitlho mme ga a kitla a laola kgotsa a tatalele gore ke eng se se tlile go direga go botong ka gonne ke ka kwa ntle ga maikarabelo a gagwe.
You have a direct line of communication with the chair of the board, right?
Correct.
Moeledi botsa gore a MMC o kgona go buisana ka tlhamalalo kgotsa go ikgolaganya ka tlhamalalo le modulasetulo wa boto o na tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo.
You will be telling the chairperson that Ms. Buote has made this admission, there must be consequences. Will you be doing that?
I cannot give instructions to the board chairperson. As I said, advocate that we will await for the outcomes of the commission. Once they are out, we will then, through the executive mayor, convene the board chairperson if indeed there are any matters that needs to be addressed through the board with the entire executive. That will be done. So for now, I think that will be my response. I cannot give instructions to the board chair to say this is what he must do, but as the board, they must take a decision.
Sorry. Moeledi o la botsa gore re ka jaanong o kgona go buisana ka tlhamalalo le modulasetulo wa boto mme botase o tlhalositse gore ga ba ka kgotsa setheo ga sa ka sa ikobela melao a o ka kgona go ra modulasetulo gore a dire eng ka me botase kgotsa ditlamorago tsa gagwe e ne di feng. MMC o na tlhalosa gore a ka seka a nela modulasetulo wa boto ditaelo gore a tshwanetse gore a dire eng ka batho ba ile gore ba bereka koo ke ka foo a na tlhalosa gore ba tlile go letela commission gore dire tiro ya yone mme go tswa foo bone jaaka di MMC ba tlile go kopana mmogo le ratoropo mme fa ile go tlhokega ba ka kopana le modulasetulo wa boto go seka ditlamorago tse le go di le teng go tswa mo commissioneng mme gone boto ke yone e dirang tshwetso ka CEO ene ga a kitla a laela modulasetulo gore a dire eng ka CEO.
Neither the political head nor the CEO will take accountability at all, in your view?
No, advocate.
Jaanong go raya gore jaaka o le tlhogo ya sepolotiki ga mmogo le CEO ga gona ope yo le gore o rwala maikarabelo a se se diragetseng MMC o tlhalositse gore nnyaa.
Chair, it's time for lunch. Would it be convenient to take a break now?
Yes. We'll take a lunch adjournment and reconvene at 2 o'clock. Advocate Sminya.
Thank you, Chair. The city rejuvenation plans, there are those plans, am I right?
Can you repeat that?
There are city rejuvenation plans, yes?
Yes.
Moeledi o botsa gore a gona le maano a go tsosolosa toropo MMC are go ntse jalo.
Do they include the hijacked buildings?
Yes, they do.
A dia mananeo ao a akaretsa le dikago tse di thukuthilweng go ntse jalo.
Any budget for them?
I will have to go back and double check if you allow me to then make a submission through the lawyers.
Moeledi o botsa gore a gona le tekanyetsokabo ya dikago tse di ntseng jalo. MC o kopa tetla ya gore atle a boele morago a go tlhola mme o kopa gore atle a romele karabo a dirisa babueledi.
You're not immediately able to say whether money has been set aside for that project? I'm not looking for the how much.
MMC,
Yes, ma'am.
are you able to respond?
Yes, I'm able to respond.
Yes. Is there a budget set aside, not specifically the amount?
The bad buildings, including the other buildings that are in the plan of being or rather being disposed, they were going to be disposed to, the privately owned companies. It is not the city that is going to be renovating those buildings, because currently as the city, we do not have the financial muscle.
So is there a budget or not?
No, there's no budget.
Moeledi o botsa gore a gona le tekanyetsokabo e beetsweng dikago tse di ntseng jalo. Ona botsa gore fa a bua ka tekanyetsokabo gore a gona le madi a beilweng kwa thoko go dira mananeo ano a dikago tse di ntseng jalo. MNC o ile a tlhalosa gore go gona dikago tse di maswe tse le gore di santse di ntshiwa mme tota di-company tsa poraefete ke tsone tse le go di ikarabelela ka thuso ka madi ao ka gonne toropo ga ena maatla a ditšhelete a go tsosolosa dikago tseo mme modulasetulo o ile a botsa gore ka jalo a gona le tekanyetsokabo na ya dikago tseo MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ga eo.
For example, there's from the presentation that I was referring to earlier on, that was done by JPC to the mayoral committee. There are companies that have been approved by SHRA. They've been given SHRA funding to renovate the buildings.
Ka sekai MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore ka presentation ana bua ka yone pelenyana e tswang ko JPC e ya ko committee ya ratoropo ba ile ba tlhalosa gore gona le ba bang ba ile go ba bona thuso ya ditšhelete go tswa ko SHRA ka jalo SHRA ke yone ile gore e aba kabelo eno ya dithuso tsa ditšhelete ko di-company tse di tlileng go tsosolosa.
I'm talking about hijacked buildings, Mayor, not buildings that the city would dispose to private sector along the way.
But when we deal about the buildings in the city, yes, we acknowledge that previously that former mayor Mashaba would have, categorized the buildings. You would have had the phase one, if I remember correctly. Those buildings were released through a tender process which JPC undergone, and around May 2019 the buildings were released.
I
and
must
then
stop
phase
you.
two.
I must stop you, ma'am, and I don't mean
I
be
want
rude.
to come to the hijacked buildings.
Okay.
They are categorized separately. There is no specific funding for those buildings from the city of Johannesburg. So there is a process that the entity will undergo as soon as they have acquired the eviction order from court, and they have found alternative accommodation for the people who are occupying the building. They will then be able to remove those people from the building, and then we then start the process.
Moeledi o ile a gatelela gore o botsa ka dikago tse di thukuthilweng e seng dikago tse di golotsweng ke toropo di gololelwa di-company tsa poraefete gore a gona le tekanyetsokabo ya tsone na dikago tse di thukuthilweng. MC o ile a tlhalosa gore tota dikago tsa mo toropong di na le dikarolwana tse le gore di tlhalosiwa ka yone kgotsa di-category tsa dikago. O ne a tlhalosa gore ka sekai ratoropo wa pele e bong Re Mashaba o ile a dira legato la ntlha phase 1 mo ile gore dikago tseno di ne di a gololwa ka tsela ya di-tender mo ile gore JPC ile latela ditaelo tsotlhe tsa tender mme ka May 2019 ile a gololwa. Fa MMC na santse ro tlhalosetsa go kwa pele una moeledi o la mothiba gore ga a bui ka dikago tseo o batla go itse ka dikago tse di thukuthilweng mme MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore tota dikago di categorizitswe ka tsela e separately gore kwa thoko le fa go ntse jalo ga gona thuso ya ditšhelete e rileng ga gona tekanyetsokabo e rileng ka gonne tota se se diregang ke gore fa taolo e tswang go kgotlatshekelo ya gore batho ba ba nnang ko ba lelekwa e tswa taolo eno e tlile go diragadiwa mme go tlile go lemogo mme fa e diragadiwa go ela tlhoko gore batho ba nnang ko ba kgona go bona madulo a kwa thoko a nakwana mme go tswa foo ke gona ba ka ntshiwang mo kagong eo.
I know this belongs to Part B of the terms of reference, which clearly implicate your portfolio as well, right? But are there plans to deal with hijacked buildings? Hijacked buildings, not bad buildings.
Yes, there are plans.
Moeledi a re o a tlhaloganya gore se ntse se bua ke Part B and Part B ya bosupi tota bo akaretsa le portfolio ya MMC mme gone a gona le dithulaganyo gona le maano a go mekamekana le dikago tse di thukuthilweng e seng dikago tse di maswe dikago tse di thukuthilweng MMC a re go ntse jalo
In a document form?
Yes.
Moeledi botsa gore a di kwadilwe na MMC a re
I'm going to ask through you, ask the attorneys MNS to provide us with that document.
Moeledi a re o tla kopa gore ba MNS ba tle ba monele document e ntse jalo.
In your opinion, how do we avoid Usindiso 2?
I think we should just do things better as the city of Johannesburg. The entity must just make sure that they have a plan that they will implement. For example, if we know that a lease will come to an end. I'm not sure if I'm out of order by mentioning this chairperson again, because the advocate might say that he did not ask me about the leases, but it's the only way that I can explain the situation.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So if we know that the lease will be expiring in the next 6 months, so we must start the process 6 months prior, the expiry of the lease, start engaging with the tenants, start submitting the reports, because there's a long chained process where the report must start serving. It must go to the MMC responsible for a signature. From there, it goes to the mayoral committee. Before mayoral committee, it goes to the economic growth sub-mayoral committee, then it goes to mayoral committee. From there, it will go and serve in section 79. From section 79, it then goes to council. From council, then it will go out for tender. So I think that for us to prevent this or such an event occurring in future, we need to start the process earlier and engage if our tenants who are occupying that building at that time, will they still have appetite in continuing with occupying the building, and then extend their lease if we see that it's for the good cause, and maybe there is no any other service delivery department that will need that building for any services. So that will be one.
Moledi la botsa gore jaanong re dira jang gore re tile tiragalo e nngwe gape ya Usindiso. O ile a tlhalosa e le Usindiso 2. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore re tlhoka gore re dire dilo botoka jaaka toropo ya Johannesburg. Setheo se se ikarabellang se tshwanetse gore se nne le maano a maleba ka sekai fa go tloa mo kganyeng ya go hirisa ya tumelano ya go hirisa kgotsa lease agreement. Ona botsa MMC ona botsa modulasetulo gore a o tla ba sa tswe mo taolong fa ile gore o bua ka lease agreement ka gone ke yone tsela e motlhofo le botoka e a ka tlhalosang kgang eno sentle. O le modulasetulo o ile a mo dumella gore a tle gore a tswele pele ka kgang eno. So MMC ona tlhalosa gore fa setheo se itse gore lease agreement e tlile go a bokhutlo mo dikgweding di le 6 tse di latelang, ba simolole go buisana le baagi ba ka go eo di-tenants ka gonne tota go na le tatelano e telele kgotsa thulaganyo e telele, tsamaiso e telele le go tshwanetse gore e latelelwe pele ga gore lease agreement e nngwe e ka nna teng. Ka sekai o ne a tlhalosa gore MMC o tshwanetse gore a tsenelele a sign di-documente, mme go tswa foo di tshwanetse gore di ye ko ratoropo, di ye ko section 79, di ye ko counseling, mme go tswa foo tendera ya go lisa ka go eno e tlabe e tswa. So go botlhokwa gore ba dire dilo go sa le gale, ba dire dilo pele ga nako gore le go utlwa gore baagi ba ka go eno ba santse ne ba ka rata na go dula mo ka go eno go tswelela ntse ba hirile ka go eno kgotsa nya, le gore fa ile go ga nna jalo ka go eno e ka dirisiwa jang ka tsela e botoka. Ka sekai go na le ditheo tse dingwe tse le go ke tsa baabi ba ditirelo ba ka dirisa ka go eno gore e sologele kgotsa e tswele mosola. Ka jalo go botlhokwa thata gore dithulaganyo tseno di dirwe pele ga nako e le gore dilo di kgone go tsamaya ka tolamo.
The second option that we need to do as the city is to intensify our engagements with the national government and the provincial government in setting aside a budget in renovating these buildings as well.
Me tsela e nngwe ya bobedi e le gore toropo e ka e dira ke go nonotsha dipuisano ditherisano tse le go bana le tsone le porofense mo go le puso ya bosetšhaba, segolo jang ka gore go beelwe madi kwa thoko a ka thusang go tokafatsa dikago tse di ntseng jalo.
Yeah, ma'am. Are there any leases in respect of these hijacked buildings?
No, I am not.
Why are you telling us all of this then?
Sorry?
Why are you telling us all of these procedures? I've tried to restrict you to talking about hijacked buildings. That's what our terms of reference are referring to.
There is nothing that you'll be able to do in hijacked buildings if you don't remove those people and get them an alternative accommodation.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore a go na le di-lease agreement mo dikagong tse di thukutilweng na. MMC o ile a re nnyaa ga dio. Jaanong moeledi a mmotsa gore goreng he o re bolelela ka tsamaiso eno fa ile gore dikago tse di thukutilweng ga gona ditumalano tsa go hira mo go tsone, ka gonne ke batla gore re tlhome mogopolo mo dikagong tse di thukuthilweng. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore ga gona sepe se se ka dirwang mo kagong e thukuthilweng ka gonne ga ba kgone go tsena mo go yone.
Are there any alternative accommodation to evacuate the people who are in these hijacked buildings?
Maybe the Human Settlement Department can be in a position to respond to that, because secondly, it's operational, and I indicated earlier on that in May when I came into office and I asked JPC about their plans of illegal properties that have been occupied, they said to me they have a challenge of temporary accommodation, emergency accommodation, so they are unable to move and do anything in these buildings. So the only people who can be able to come on board and assist them is the Department of Human Settlement, because if you even look into the budget of the city, the allocation is made into that department. So ourselves as JPC, we are unable to do anything, and in this position, I am not able to respond in that regard.
Moeledi la botsa gore a gona le manno a mangwe a nakwana a ile gore batho ba ile gore ba ntshiwa mo dikagong tse di thukutilweng ba ka kwa gone. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore sa ntlha tota lefapha le le matshwanedi go ka araba potso eno ke lefapha la tsa matlo, Human Settlement. Mme gape o ne a tlhalosa gore la bobedi ke gore JPC tota ke setheo sa operational. O tlhalositse gore ka May fa a na tsena mo ofising o ile a botsa JPC gore ba dira eng malebana le dikago tse di thukuthilwe le baagi ba ba nnang koo. Ona mme JPC ile a tlhalosa gore ba na le kgwetlo ya go bona mafelo a kwa thoko a nakwana a ile gore ba ka isa batho go gone. Ka jalo tota lefapha le le go le ka thusa ka mafelo a kwa thoko a nakwana, the alternative accommodation ke lefapha la tsa matlo. So mo MMC a leng teng fa a itlhalosa a re ga mo seemong sa gore a ka kgona go araba potso eo.
As a member of the mayoral committee, you do not know what plans are afoot regarding hijacked buildings.
Can you repeat the question?
As a member of the mayoral committee, you are unaware of how the hijacked buildings are going to be addressed.
I responded to that, and I further said there's a presentation that was made to the inner city sub-mayoral committee by the entity.
No, I'm not talking approaching national and provincial like you're saying in your long answer. I'm saying as an MMC in this mayoral committee, you are not aware of the plans to deal with matters this commission is to report on by August.
I think I lost you in the last part.
Okay. August, the commission is to write a report, okay?
August this year or?
August of this year, yes.
Okay.
In it, the Premier is expecting recommendations to be made on how this problem should be addressed or would be addressed, right? I'm asking somebody as senior as you are. You are not alive to any plans regarding hijacked buildings of what is to be done with them.
I am alive. There are plans in place by JPC, and they did make a presentation.
Okay, let's share that knowledge with me. The hijacked buildings are going to be addressed how?
So the plan is that, firstly, there need to be an interdepartmental session that it will be between EMS, It's EMS, JMPD, Human Settlement, Development Planning, and JPC. So they are going to derive a strategy. I'm not sure, because then when they made the presentation to ourselves, that was what they were going to be embarking on as officials, because that is operational. It's not our scope of work as MMCs. So from there, what then is going to take place is that Human Settlement will look for alternative accommodation for the illegal occupants in those buildings.
Sorry,
and
let
of
me
which
interrupt you.
one had.
Sorry, let me interrupt you. What plans are they do they have on the table?
Yes, we have plans.
What are they?
We have, for example, we had 6 hijacked buildings that, as the city, we received an eviction court order to remove those people. Now, the first building where people were removed in, it's Remington, and alternative accommodation was then given. Those people were removed out of Remington.
So Moledi o ile a botsa gore jaaka e le leloko la komiti ya Ratoropo, member of the mayoral committee, a ga itse ka maano a leng teng malebana le dikago tse di thukutilweng. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore o setse a arabile, o setse a tsibogetse potso eno le maano a le gara teng, ebile o tlhalositse gore jaaka go na le inner city sub-mayoral committee e kopaneng e le gore tlile go dira dithulaganyo. Jaanong fa ntse a re o a tlhalosa, Moledi o ile a mmotsa gore jaaka ka kgwedi ya August ya ngwaga ono, commission e tshwanetse gore e kwale pego, mme tonakgolo o lebeletse gore a utlwe dikakantsho go tswa mo commissioneng gore ke difeng tse le go di kwadilwe. Jaanong wena jaaka MMC a ga o itse ka maano a leng teng malebana le dikago tse di thukutilweng. MMC o a tlhalosa gore go na le dithulaganyo tse le gore dirilwe ke JPC, and e setse e dirile puo presentation ya gore e tlile go mekamekana jang le tsone, mme Moledi o ile a botsa gore e tlile go mekamekana le tsone jang. MMC o ile a tlhalosa go sa ntlha go tshwanetse go gonne le kopano ya mafapha a farologaneng a kopaneng. Ka sekai go tshwanetse go nne le ditheo tse jaaka EMS, JMPD, development planning, JPC, jalo jalo. Jaanong ditheo tseno tsotlhe ke ditheo tse di dirang tiro, ke di operational. Jaanong bone jaaka di MMC ba le gore ba leitlho ditiro tse di dirang jalo, ba lebeletse gore ditheo tseo e ne tsone tse di karabelelang thata mo go tsenye tirisong ga maano ao. Mme gape a ba tlhalosa gore lefapha la tsa matlo le tshwanetse gore e nne lone le gore le batla mafelo a mangwe a kwa thoko a nakwana a batho ba le gore ba tla dula koo. Mme gone Moledi o ile a botsa gore nnyaa, maano ke a feng a ile gore a teng malebana le dikago tse di thukutilweng, a teng na maano ao. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore a teng, ebile gone jaanong jaaka re bua jaana go na le dikago di le 6 tse di thukutilweng tse e le gore di setse go golegana le tiro e dirwang. Ka sekai kwa Remington, ka go ya Remington e ne e thukutilwe, baagi ba teng ba ile ba ntshiwa ko go lone, mme ba iswa ko lefelo le lengwe le le kwa thoko. Ka jalo go na le maano a le gore a teng ebile a dira.
It is Remington. What is the other one?
I think it's Venin. It's
Sorry, say it loud.
Venin.
Venin.
Court, and there's Casamia.
Venin, Casamia.
I can't remember this other one.
Okay, that's fine.
Moledi o la botsa gore ke dikago difeng tseo tse le gone di thukutilwe tse tsa buang ka tsone. Ke Remington le feng? MMC na tlhalosa gore ke Remington, Venin Court, Casamia le tse dingwe tse le go gona jana ga a kgone go di gopola.
There are temporary emergency accommodations for Venin.
I cannot confirm at the present moment.
A gona le madulo a nakwana a maemo a tshoganyetso bakeng sa Venin Court, MMC a re gone jaanong ga a kgone go netefatsa fa e le gore go ntse jalo.
For Casamia,
I cannot confirm.
Casamia le gone ga a kgone go tlhotlhomisa.
are these matters not discussed in the mayoral committee?
They are discussed.
Dintlha tse di jaana ga di sekasekiwe mo dikopanong tsa mayoral committee. MMCRA di a sekasekwa.
And you as MMC can give us answers on whether temporary emergency accommodation has been found or being sought for that matter.
I am unable to respond because the report, it's supposed to come to the next mayoral committee. In the last mayoral committee that we had, it could not serve because the MMCs who were supposed to sign the report had not yet seen the report, because before the report serves in the mayoral committee, the MMCs responsible must then co-sign that report. It was coming from the group legal.
Jaanong mo le dira botsa gore a jaanong ga o kgone go tlhotlhomisa gore go ile ga nna le mafelo go kgotsa manno a nakwana a maemo a tshoganyetso bakeng sa dikago tseno tse re buang ka tsone. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore ga o kgone go tsibogela seno ka gonne go santse go letetswe kopano e ratelang ya maloko a komiti ya Ratoropo. Ona tlhalosa gore mo kopanong e fetileng di MMC yo ikarabelelang ona ise a sign pego mo go le Ratoropo ka gonne MMC o tshwanetse gore a lebe pego eno and then I sign e be le gone e ka kgona go fetisetswa mo kopanong ya di MMC.
Has it since been signed and co-signed as we speak?
I can only confirm from my end because it was myself and the MMC of Finance who were supposed to sign the report, and I have signed the report. So I'm not sure if MMC of Finance has signed the report.
Mo le dula botsa gore a ka kgona go tlhotlhomisa gore e setse sainile le go sainwa ke motho mong pego eno. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore mo letlhakoreng la gagwe a ka kgona go araba fela ka gore ene o setse a e sainile mme o gopola gore ke ene le MMC wa tsa ditšhelete. Jaanong ga a tlhomamisega gore a MMC wa ditšhelete ene o setse a sainile na.
I'm profoundly confused by you saying that you have signed a document whose contents you don't know.
I didn't say I don't know the contents.
But I've been asking whether there are plans, and you said yes, there are 6 buildings, right?
Yes,
Some of which you don't remember, right?
yes.
And I said, were there any temporary emergency accommodation for the others? You say you don't know. What document have you signed?
The document that I signed, it was coming from Group Legal, indicating that they have successfully obtained the court orders to evict people from those buildings. And in their recommendation, they were recommending that the Human Settlement and JPC need to go and look for alternative accommodation for people who are occupying that building.
Jaanong moeledi a re o gagamadiwa gore jaanong e re ka e le ena a sainileng go tla jang a saina selo se le gore ga a se bala ka gonne o mmoditse gore a go ra le dithulaganyo na. MMC bile a re eno ka itse ka se se kwadilweng mo documenteng e ke e sainileng. Jaanong MMC moeledi a botsa go tla jang o sa itse dintlha tsa documente eno ke boditse gore a gona le dithulaganyo tse bano a leng teng ba lebana le batho ba ile gore ba tlile go iswa go mannong a mangwe a kwa thoko. Re buile ka dikago tse 3 mme o irile tse ding ga o di gopole. Jaanong a gona le dithulaganyo tse ntseng jalo. MMC o ile a tlhalosa gore selo sa se sainileng se tswa ko Group Legal mo ile gore document ya teng ena le taolo e tswang go kgotlatshekelo ya gore batho ba ba nnang go kago eno ba tshwantse gore ba lelekiwe ba ntshiwe mo go yone. Gape Group Legal e ntshitse kakantsho ya gore lefapha la tsa matlo mmogo le JPC ba tshwanetse gore ba kopane mmogo mme ba dire dithulaganyo tsa go tlhomamisa gore batho bao ba ba ntshiwang ko kagong eno ba na le bodulo jo ba bo bonang.
If signed by finance as well, is it a document the commission can get?
Because it's a report that will go to council, I think it can be available for the public.
Fa ile gore document e ka saenwa ke MMC wa tsa ditšhelete.
Through you, sorry.
A commission e ka bona document eno. MMC o tlhalosa gore e reka pego eno e tlile go ya go kgotla ya toropo go counseling ya toropo ke akanya gore e ka bonwa ke batho botlhe.
In anticipating your return for Part B, I will through you ask MNS to assist us with a copy of the document.
E reka moeledi a bona gore go tlile go tlhokega mo Part B o tla kopa ka MMC gore MNS e tle e romele pego eno e le gore ya tlhokega.
Those are the questions we have for the witness.
Thank you,
Chair.
Advocate Minya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sidumedi.
Chair, I was anticipating some conditions of some cases from my colleague here, but Chair, I do not have any further questions for this, for re-examination, Chair.
Thank you.
With that said, Chair, I'll beg the Chair's leave to label MMC's statement as COJ 13.
Yes.
You'll recall, Chair, that there was the statement made reference to an annexure that is not there.
Yes.
I'll just get guidance from, but I think for now we can.
The shareholder policy and,
So- yeah.
components
Correct.
and compacts.
And correct. Maybe in anticipation of that, maybe you can tentatively label that COJ 13.1.
Thank you. It is so admitted.
Thanks. And we further confirm that indeed the documents that the evidence leader had asked that MNS must facilitate to provide, we will make a follow-up in that regard and make them available to the Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. MMC, you are excused as a witness. Advocate Muloto.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Madam Commissioner. Good afternoon. Previously, a legal basis was set out for the admission of documentary evidence in terms of Section 212. On this occasion, we seek to tender additional evidence in the form of Section 212. The form that the content of the documentary evidence turns around the cause of fire. The evidence is in two parts. The first part, which appears rather bulky on the files recently handed to you, is on the cause of fire precisely. Whilst bulky, as I say, it only runs about 12 pages. And then the second form of testimony, also in the form of an affidavit, talks to an examination on the presence or otherwise of ignitable liquids as part of the process of determining the cause of fire. We seek to tender this evidence by reading it into the record, as we did with the previous evidence on the basis of Section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act.
Yes, you may proceed.
If I may draw your attention to the first flag on your file. At the bottom, it should be marked page 1. Just after the first divider, I imagine. It must be a document titled on the top right, lab number 411756-23-2.
Yes.
As the title underlined suggests, it is an affidavit in terms of Section 212, which I will read in. Madam Chairperson and Commissioner, I'm not sure if we will require a translation of this part of the evidence.
Yes,
the language can be technical, but we do have a spare copy for the interpreter to enable him or her to follow the reading into the record. Swanele will help us hand a copy to him, if you can bear with me.
Right at the beginning, Mr. Khoza.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, if I may, Chairperson, Madam Commissioner, I'll take it in tranches of a page each and allow for interpretation
Yes.
to happen. The document reads as follows. Lisiba Enru Mukubela declares under oath, in accordance with Section 212, subsections 4 bracket A bracket and subsections A81 of Act number 51 of 1977 as follows. 1. Curriculum vitae dash career I, number 7185087-2, am a captain in the South African Police Service attached to the chemistry section, fire investigation subsection at the Forensic Service Laboratory, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton, with that telephone number, 012-845-5626. I am in the service of the state as a senior forensic analyst. 2. Curriculum vitae dash profession. 2.1. My qualifications are as follows. 211, a Bachelor of Science degree obtained from the University of the Witwatersrand, December 2008. 212, the theoretical and practical aspects of the fire investigation course, chemistry unit of the Forensic Science Laboratory, internal training 2012. 213, Fire Technology Seminar, Fire Protection Association of South Africa, 2013. 214, Electrical Fire Investigation, Level 1, Forensic Works, 2014, presented by Dr. Robert A. Durham from The Way Corporation, USA. 215, Specialized Fire Investigation Workshop, Advanced Report Writing and Bend to Learn, Fire Protection Association of South Africa, 2014. 216 is Fundamentals of Fire Investigation Course, Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa, 2016. And 2.1.7, Introduction to Basic Photography Principles, Internal Training 2018. Can I hand over to you, Mr. Interpreter?
Thank you, Chair. Siqala kanjena ke le ncwadi efungelwe noma i-affidavit ka Lisiba Andrew Mokubela lapho ethi uyafunga khona ngaphansi kwesigaba 212 okuyisigajana 4A no 8A ngaphansi komthetho number 51 ka 1977. Nakho ke akufungayo okokuqala CV yakhe noma i-curriculum vitae yakhe uthi mina ku nombolo 7185087. Number 2, ngingukapteni wombutho wezamaphoyisa aseNingizimu Afrika futhi ngisebenza ngaphansi kwesigajana se-chemistry nangaphansi futhi kwesigajana esiphenya ezomlilo kwi-laboratory eyenza izinto uhlolo olwenziwa kubantu uma sebeshonile ku 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton. Inombolo yocingo ithi 0128455625. Futhi ngiphinde ngisebenze njengesikhulu esiphezulu esihlaziyayo izinto ezithinta abantu asebeshonile. Okwesibili, umsebenzi wami ke umi ngalendlela kuyi-CV yakhe. Nazi iziqu ezilandelayo anazo. Iziqu zokuqala zibalayo uneziqu ze-Bachelor of Science okuyi-degree ayithole eNyuvesi yase-Witwatersrand wayithola ngonyaka ka-2008 kanti waphinde wakwenza ngokoqobo wafunda futhi wakwenza ngokoqobo lapho enza khona izifundo zokucisha noma zokuphenya ngomlilo ngaphansi kwalolu phiko lwe-chemistry lapho aye sebenza khona kwi-laboratory ebheka izinto zabantu asebeshonile ngaphakathi eminyangweni akubiza ukuthi internal training lokho kuqeqeshwa wakwenza ngo-2012 kanti waphinde futhi waya kokunye ukuqeqeshwa noma kuyisemina eyayithinta ubuchwepheshe bezomlilo. Leyo semina yayiqhutshwa inhlangano ye-Fire Protection Association yaseNingizimu Afrika waya ngo-2013. Waphinde futhi wafunda esigabeni esiku-level 1 lapho ayefunda khona ukuphenya uma kwenzeke umlilo. Ulokho ke wakwenza ngaphansi kwe-forensic work ka-2014 lapho lezo zifundo zazethulwa ngudokotela uRoberts A. Durham the Way Corp yase-United States. Kanti futhi waphinde waya ekuqeqesheni okukhethekile kokuphenya ngomlilo lapho afunda khona izifundo ezibanzi ngokubhala nangokufunda ngezinto ezithinta umlilo. Lapho ke wayefundiswa inhlangano ebizwa ukuthi Fire Protection Association yaseNingizimu Afrika wakwenza ngo-2014. Waphinde futhi wafunda izinto eziyisisekelo kwenye kwezifundo noma i-course yezithinta futhi uphenyo ngomlilo. Lapho wabuyela khona ngo-2016 nakhona futhi wayefundiswa i-Fire Protection Association yaseNingizimu Afrika. Kanti ke futhi wabe esethulwa ezifundweni lapho afunda nje izinto eziyisisekelo ezithinta ukuthathwa kwezithombe ukuthi yini ebandakanyekayo lapho nalapho futhi wathola ukuqeqeshwa kwangaphakathi okwenzeka ngo-2018.
Thank you. Moving on, 2.2, experience. I have been attached to the chemistry section as a forensic fire investigator at the Forensic Science Laboratory since 14 November 2011. 3, heading request for a forensic fire scene investigation and basic scene investigation procedures. Detective Captain Andile Mangai, attached to SAPS Johannesburg Central, requested a forensic fire scene investigation. The purpose of the forensic fire investigation was to determine the origin and cause of the fire. The basic scene investigation procedures are in accordance with the scientific method for a fine scene investigation as recommended by the NFPA 921/2014 and compose of the following. 3.1, risk assessment. 3.2, preliminary fire scene investigation. 3.3, data information gathering, including interviewing of concerned parties and scene observations during both the external and internal investigation. 3.4, documentation recording of the scene, including the compilation of scene notes, photo sketch, plan, and photographs for the photo album. 3.5, analysis of data, information, and fire dynamics. 3.6, fire origin determination. 3.7, fire cause determination. 3.8, physical evidence collection where applicable. And 3.9, for the purpose of this report, the photographs, rooms, compartments, areas, and direction shall be referred to as depicted on the sketch plan. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Uyaqhubeka ku nombolo 3 lapho ke kutholakala isicelo sophenyo olwenziwe lalomlilo nokuthi yini izinqubo eyalandelwa. Uthi ke detective noma ukapteni uAndile Mankayi osebenza naye ngaphansi kombutho wezamaphoyisa esiteshini sase Johannesburg Central uyena owacela ukuthi ucela ambhalele noma amnikeze umbiko wophenyo womlilo ukuthi kwenzekeni. Inhloso yalombiko kwakuthola nokuhlonza ukuthi yini ngempela eyimbangela yomlilo nokuthi uqale kanjani. Ngakho ke kwabe sekulandelwa inqubo eziyisisekelo ngokuvumelana nemithetho ebekiwe uma kuzophenywa ngomlilo. Leyo nqubo okufanele ilandelwe itholakala lapha ku NFPA 921 yango 2014. Leyo nqubo ibandakanya lezi zinto ezilandelayo okufanele zenziwe uma kwenziwa uphenyo lomlilo. Ku 3.1 okuqala okufanele kwenziwe kufanele kuqale kuhlonzwe kuhlaziwe izingozi okungenzeka bezikhona kuphinde kubhekwe futhi ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi kuqale umlilo yini eyenzeka ngakho kuba khona okuhlolwayo kuleyo ndawo okwenzeke kuyo umlilo bese kuqoqwa ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi idata noma imininingwane ebisihlanganiswa yonke kuphinde futhi kuxoxiswane nabantu okungenzeka babe khona ngesikhathi kwenzeka umlilo bachaze mhlawumbe abakubonile kungaba abantu abangaphakathi noma bangaphandle uma kwenziwa lolu phenyo kuphinde kubhalwe izincwadi ama-documentation kuphinde kuqoshwe uma kungenzeka okwenzeke kuleso sigameko bese kuyahlanganiswa kubhalwa phansi uma kunezithombe ezishuthiwe noma kunemidwebo ebhaliwe konke kuyaqoqwa ukuze kufakwe kulokho kuthiwa i-photo album kubese ke le data esitholakele ibeke isiyahlaziwa yiyo ke ezobe sinikeza ulwazi manje ngokuphathelene nokuthi ubungakanani umlilo kulokho kuzobe sekuhlonzwa ukuthi umlilo uqale kuphi nokuthi yini ebangele umlilo kubese kuthathwa nezinto ezibufakazi obungokoqobo okungenzeka zitholakale esigamekweni lezi zinto zithathwa uma zizosebenza ngokwenhloso yokubhala umbiko kungaba izithombe amakamelo lapho kwenzeke khona umlilo noma kuleyo ndawo okuhlalwa kuyona bese ziyathathwa uma sezithathiwe ke ziyabekwa bese uma kukhulunywa ngazo kuzomane kushiwo ukuthi njengoba sibona umdwebo okhona lapha noma izithombe ezisuke zikhona.
Thank you. Moving along to clause 4, scene information. 4.1, physical scene address. I, during the performance of my official duties, attended a fire scene at Usindiso Ministries, corner Delvas and Albert Streets, Marshalltown in Johannesburg. 4.2, attendance date. I attended the scene at the aforementioned address and conducted an investigation as follows. 1st and 2nd of September 2023, conducted a preliminary investigation and requested a structural conditional assessment report from the City of Johannesburg. Next bullet, 3 to 4 September 2023, conducted a forensic fire scene investigation as per paragraph 3, and bullet 3, 6 to 16 September 2023, conducted a forensic fire scene investigation as per paragraph 3. 4.3, scene integrity. On arrival and throughout the investigation, the scene was cordoned off and guarded by members of the South African Police Service and Johannesburg Metro Police Department. 4.4, background information. According to the information stated on the request for a forensic fire investigation form, FIR 0030F_3, the fire was discovered on the 31st of August 2023 at about 200 hours 30. Over to you.
Thank you. Chair. Ku number 4, okokuqala ulwazi oluthinta indawo okwenzeka kuyo isigameko. Ngakho ku 4.1 sinikezwa ikheli lokuthi kukuphi lapho. Uthi ke onikeza ubufakazi mina phakathi nomsebenzi wami obekiwe ngibelwe ukuba ngiwenze ngabizelwa esigamekweni esasomlilo esasiso Usindiso ministry ekukhona Delvas no Albert Street, Marshalltown in Johannesburg. Uyachaza ukuthi ekufikeni kwakhe ke nazi izinto azenza ku 4.2 ngesikhathi ngifika kuleli kheli ngisanda kulisho ngabe sengenza lolu phenyo olulandelayo. Okokuqala ngomhla ka1 ukuya ku2 September 2023 ngenza lokho okuthiwa uphenyo olwenziwa ngaphambi kokuba kuqale uphenyo lwangempela lapho ngacela khona ukuthi ngicela banginikeze umbiko. Lo mbiko ozonginikeza nje ukuthi leli bhilidi lime kanjani. Lo mbiko ngawucela kuyi-City of Johannesburg. Kwathi ngomhla ka3 ukuya ku4 September 2023 ilapho ke ngabe sengiqala khona ukuhlola indawo ngokwayo ngenza uphenyo. Lolu phenyo yilo lengilichazile ku number 3 ukuthi luyenziwa uphenyo lwesigameko somlilo. Kwathi ngomhla ka6 ukuya ku16 September lapho futhi ngaqhubeka ngenza uphenyo manje ngilandela lokho engikusho esigabeni 3 esingenhla. Ukubona ke manje indawo ngokwayo ukuthi injani. Ngesikhathi ngifika ngizokwenza uphenyo, indawo ngokwayo yayise ibiyelwe noma isiqashiwe. Abantu ababeyiqaphile kwakuumbutho wezamaphoyisa aseNingizimu Afrika kanye nomnyango weMetropolis noma amaphoyisa kamasipala aseGoli. Ku 4.4 usechaza umlando omfushane noma isizinda uthi ngokwalokho okwakubhalwe kuleli fomu. Leli fomu ayelicela libizwa ukuthi request for a forensic fire investigation form okuyi FIR 0030F3 umlilo ngokusho kwaleli fomu waqala ukutholakala kwaziwe ngawo ngomhla ka31 August 2023 ngezithuba za 2:30 entathakusa.
Thank you. The next section is numbered 5, structural information. 5.1, description of the structure. Involved in the fire was a multi-story, multi-room structure comprised of brick walls, reinforced concrete columns, concrete mezzanine floors, covered with polyvinyl chloride floor tiles, and mezzanine roofing. And reference there is made to photographs 1 to 6. If I may pause there, Madam Chair and Madam Commissioner, we will be asking that this part of the report be admitted as exhibit SAPS, next acronyms REP for report 1.
R.
SAPS, next word REP 1.
Yes.
And in line with that convention, the reference to photos, as for instance, photographs 1 to 6 under 5.1, would like to be admitted as exhibit SAPS REP 1.1 to 1.6.
Yes.
And then the next section is at 5.2, occupancy. At the time of the fire incident, the building was utilized for dwelling purposes. 6, origin determination. External investigation. 6.1.1, ventilation pattern. Ventilation patterns occurred above the windows of the structure, photographs 7 to 9. Ventilation patterns offer valuable insights into the location of the room area of fire origin within a structure. Typically, in the initial phases of a fire, the roofing remains relatively intact, permitting the accumulation of combustion gases beneath it. As a result, the heated combustion gases, flames, seek escape routes, commonly through openings like windows and doors. Distinct soot deposits are left above these openings as the hot gases escape through them and are referred to as ventilation patterns. In this instance, the most intense ventilation patterns were observed above the windows of the hall at the ground floor, as compared to the ventilation patterns above the rest of the windows of the structure. The intensity of the ventilation patterns indicated that the ground floor's windows were first subjected to heated combustion gases, flames, and this could be seen as an indication of the room area of fire origin. 6.1.2, structural and degree of fire damage. Intense metal discolorations and distortions of window frames were limited to the windows of the hall at the ground floor, photographs 10 to 11. This was an indication that the said windows were subjected to intense, persistent heat and was thus seen as a further indication of the room area of fire origin. 6.1.4, access to the structure. The west wing's entrance, photograph 12, central entrance door, photograph 13, and the east wing entrance that led to the stairway, photographs 14 and 15, were not locked to allow movement of the tenants and were accessible to anyone. However, access to the central doors was limited to the tuck shop and salon owners. And maybe before I allow for translation, if I may, again, Madam Chairperson, if the photographs 7 to 15 in those paragraphs may be admitted as exhibits SAPS REP 1.7 to 1.15.
All right, thank you, Chair. Siqhubeka lapha kunombolo 5 lapho bekukhulunywa khona ngolwazi oluthinta le libility noma lesi sakhiwo uma sichazwa ukuthi besinjani. Le libility okwathungeleka kulomlilo la kuyibility elinezitezi ezimbalwa, kulezi zitezi kwakhiwe ngezitina kwaba khona nokhonkolo owawuzenza ziqine ezazikhona ukuze uqine, kodwa futhi kwaphinde kwatholakala ngaphakathi ukuthi iphansi lalo lalenziwe ngalokho kubizwa ukuthi i-mezzanine, bese kuthi ama-tiles abo aphansi kuyi-Ponyville chloride iwona ayefakwe phansi njengoba ungawabona esithombeni esibekiwe kuyisithombe 1 ukuya ku6 okuveza ingaphakathi laleli bhilidi. Ababehlala kulo ke ku5.2 ababesebenzisa leli bhilidi ngesikhathi kuqubuka umlilo leli bhilidi lalisetshenziselwa noma lisetshenziswa njengendawo yokuhlala abantu. Bese kunombolo 6 sekubhekwa manje ukuthi umlilo uqale kanjani. Ku 6.1 kuqale kubhekwa ingaphandle lawo ukuthi sasinjani isakhiwo ingaphandle laso ngesikhathi kwenziwa lolu phenyo. Kunalokhu phecelezwa kubizwa ukuthi ama ventilation pattern uma ebhekwa kuthiwa amaningi awo abonakala esithombeni 7 ukuya ku9 engenhla kwamafastela kulezi zithombe. Ngakho okunikeza ulwazi manje kubonakala ukuthi lesi sakhiwo kusobala ukuthi ngesikhathi kwenzeka umlilo ngaphakathi kungenzeka ukuthi lo mlilo ngesikhathi usuqalile wawulokhu uzama ukuphuma kodwa kubonakala ukuthi uphahla phezulu alunyakazi luqinile kanjalo alivelanga lavuleka okwenza ukuthi ke kube nentuthu eningi ngaphakathi noma ama gases ayisevaleleke ngaphakathi engakwazi ukuphumela ngaphandle. Akuyona nje intuthu kuphela yayingaphakathi kodwa namalangabi ayekhona ngaphakathi engakwazi ukuphuma kalula okwenza ukuthi azame ukuphumela ngaphandle ngokuthi aphume ngamafastela na ngeminyango eyayikhona. Futhi okunye ochazwayo ngalama ventilation ventilation pattern okukhulunywa ngawo kuthiwa lapha ya ngaphezulu ayeshiwe evuliwe okwenza ukuthi ke kungabi kube lula umoya ukuthi uphume. Esimweni esinjalo uma iventilation ibhekwa ngokwezithombe njengoba kubonakala efasteleni kakhulukazi uma usesitezi esiphansi kubonakala ukuthi ngesikhathi usesitezi esiphansi ilapho umoya owawu noma umalangabi ayekhona ngaphakathi kulesi sakhiwo. Futhi lokhu kwenza manje kubonakala ukuthi ubumandla balobumlilo njengoba babuqale phansi esitezi esiphansi okwakulapho kukhona intuthu eyayilapho namalangabi okubufakazi bokuthi uma kuhlolwa zonke lezi zinto kuyacaca ukuthi umlilo uqale esitezi esiphansi. Uma sekubhekwa manje ku 6.1.2 ukuthi isakhiwo kanye nomonakalo obangelwe umlilo ube ngakanani. Kubhekwa ama-frame amafastela noma izinsimbi zamafastela zonke zibonakala imbala yazo isukile okwenza kucace ukuthi njengoba kubonakala esithombeni 10 no 11 ukuthi kakhulu umlilo wawumandla kulezo zindawo okusuke ngisho imbala yama window frame phansi ekustezi sisephansi okubonisa ukuthi kungenzeka ke umlilo wawumandla kulezo zindawo. Uma sekubhekwa ku 6.1.4 ukungeneka ke ukuthi bekungeneka yini ngaphakathi kwalesi sakhiwo. Isithombe 12 sibonisa ukuthi kwakunomnyango ngasentshonalanga yaleli bhilidi kuthi futhi maphakathi nalo kwakukhona futhi omunye umnyango lo mnyango ubonakala esithombeni 13. Bese kuthi ngasempumalanga kwakunezitezi ezazingenisa kuleli bhilidi abantu bekwazi ukuhamba kuzo siyazibona esithombeni 14 no 15 okusho ukuthi abantu babekwazi ukungena baphume besebenzisa lezo zindawo. Kodwa ke uma kubhekwa kulomnyango omaphakathi khona ke uma ungena kuwona into owungayithola nje kwakuyisitodlwana esasiphakathi lapho kanye ne-saloon yokwenza izinwele eyayikhona ngaphakathi. Kubeke sekucelwa ukuthi bonke lobufakazi esisanda kubushwa bezithombe bamukelwe usihlalo wekhomishana.
Thank you. The next section commences on paragraph 6.2, internal investigation. 621, subheading general observations. 6211, another heading, access to the floors. The burglar safety doors were locked to prevent unauthorized movements on the following floors. Roman 1, West Wing, photograph 16 on the ground floor. Roman 2, West Wing, photographs 17 to 19. And East Wing, photograph 20 on the first floor. Roman 3, West Wing, photograph 21. And East Wing, photographs 22 and 23 on the second floor. Roman 4, West Wing, photograph 24. And East Wing, photograph 25 on the third floor. And Roman 5, West Wing, photographs 26 and 27, and East Wing, photograph 28 on the 4th floor. 6.2.1.2, fire protection systems. The fire hydrant system was tampered with, and the water pipelines were connected on the hydrant system to continuously supply water to the tenants in the building. The unauthorized connection of water pipelines on the hydrant system were observed on the following areas. Roman 1, ground floor, West Wing lobby area next to the lift shaft, photograph 29. Roman figure 2, first floor, West Wing lobby area next to the lift shaft, photograph 30, opposite to the central shaft, which is photo 31, and East Wing stairway, photograph 32. Roman 3, second floor, West Wing lobby area next to the lift shaft, photograph 33, on the passage that leads to the South Wing, photograph 34, opposite to the central lift shaft, photograph 35, and East Wing stairway, photograph 36. Roman 4, third floor, West Wing lobby area next to the lift shaft, photograph 37, on the passage that leads to the South Wing, photograph 38, opposite to the central lift shaft, photograph 39, and East Wing stairway, photograph 40, and Roman 5, fourth floor, passages that lead to the courtyards on the West Wing, photograph 41, and East Wing, photograph 42. 6.2.1.3, structural changes. Wooden partitioned rooms, compartments, were constructed to create a living space in the basement, photograph 43, ground floor, photograph 44, third floor, photographs 45 and 46, and fourth floor, photographs 47 and 48. The central stairway from the ground up to fourth floors were converted into living spaces, photographs 49 to 58. The stairway is designed to provide access from one floor to another and an escape route in a case of emergency in the building. These changes made to the structure as described under subparagraphs 6.2.1.1 and 6.2.1.2 had a significant effect on fire growth and development because of the excessive fuel load in the affected areas. 6.2.1.4, electrical connection. Electricity supplied to the structure was connected to the transformer in the basement. The electrical conductors were illegally connected to the transformer, photographs 59 to 66. And there were no operating fuses and or circuit breakers to protect the electrical circuit from possible damages that may be caused by overcurrent, overload on short circuit, photographs 67 to 69. The soot deposit on the walls, photographs 70 and 71, indicated that electrical malfunctions occurred prior to the fire, whereafter electrical conductors were replaced. The electrical conductors illegally connected to the transformer supplied electricity to the rooms in the basement, ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, and fourth floor. As I pause there, Madam Chairperson, Commissioner, may we request that the photographs numbered 16 to 71 were admitted as exhibits SAPS REP1 dot 16 to 1.71.
So admitted.
Thank you, Chair. Uphenyo ke manje lwangaphakathi kuleli bhilidi luqala lapha ya ku 6.2 kanye nalokho ke obhale istatimende akubona Okokuqala ku 6.2.1.1 kuba ukungeneka ngaphakathi kulama bhilidi. Okokuqala akushoyo uthi iminyango yensimbi eyayikhona yayikhiyiwe ukuvimbela ukuthi abantu bangangeni kalula bangene ngaphakathi. Leyo minyango eyayikhiyiwe ke itholakala kulezi ndawo ezibaliwe ngasentshonalanga yebhilidi isithombe 6 ku ground floor, ngasentshonalanga yebhilidi futhi ku sithombe 17 kuya ku 19, kanti nangasempumalanga futhi kuyo i-first floor kubonakala ku sithombe number 20. Bese ke ngasentshonalanga kubonakala ku sithombe number 21, empumalanga kutholakale ku sithombe number 22 no 23, lapha ke sekusestezi sesibili. Bese estezi sesithathu kwabonakala ku sithombe number 24 nesithombe number 25 empumalanga nangasentshonalanga yaleli bhilidi. Bese ke phezulu ku 4th floor noma kwestezi sesine ku sithombe 26 no 27 ilapho kuvela khona lapho le minyango yensimbi esithombeni esingu 26 no 27, kanti empumalanga ku sithombe 28. Sidlulela manje ku 6.2.1.2 izinhlelo zokuvikela umlilo. Okwatholakala uma kufikwa kwatholakala ukuthi i-fire hydrant okuyiyona esetshenziswayo uma kucishwa umlilo yayisiphazanyisiwe. Ngamanye amazwi yayingasakwenzi lokho kwakufanele ikwenze, kunalokho amanzi kwakunamapayipi amanzi ayesexhunywe kuyona, ingasawenzi lo msebenzi okufanele iwenze ukuze lawo manzi ahlinzekwe noma anikezwe abantu abebehlala kuleli bhilidi ukuze bawasebenzise. Lokhu kuxhunywa ngokungafanele nokungemthetho kwamapayipi kwamanzi kwaphawuleka ke noma kwatholakala kulezi zindawo ezilandelayo. Eyokuqala kuyo i-ground floor ngasentshonalanga ilapho kwatholakala khona lapho esithombeni 29 ukuthi kwakuxhunywe ngendlela engafanele. Ngakufanayo futhi kuyi-first floor ngasentshonalanga nakhona futhi usithombe number 30 kuyabonakala ukuxhunywa okungafanele. Usithombe 31 ngaphambi ubhekene nayo leyo ndawo futhi nalapho kwakuxhunywe ngokungafanele. Bese kuthi ngasezitebhisini kusithombe 32 empumalanga yebhilidi nalapho futhi kwakuxhunywe ngokungafanele. Bese ku stairs sesibili second floor ngasentshonalanga yendawo yakhona lapho ku sithombe 33 ilapho kubonakala khona ukuxhunywa okungemthetho okwakwenziwe. Bese kuthi epassage eliholela ngaseningizimu ku sithombe number 34 nalapho futhi kwatholakala. Bese maphakathi nebhilidi ku sithombe 35 nangasendleleni eya ngasempumalanga noma ngasezitebhisini ku sithombe 36. Uma senyukela ku stairs sesithathu khona ke entshonalanga nakhona kusithombe 37 kwakuxhunywe ngokungemthetho amanzi. Passage eliholela eningizimu kusithombe number 38 bese maphakathi nalo futhi ibhilidi kusithombe 39 ngase Pumalanga yezitebhisi kusithombe number 40, kanti ku sokugcina istairs okuyistairs sesine maphasiji othuma uhamba kuwo bese ekukhiphela ngaphandle emagcekeni aleli bhilidi ngase ntshonalanga nakhona kusithombe 41 uyakuthola lokho, kanti futhi nangasempumalanga kusithombe 42. Sidlulela manje ku 6.2.1.3 okuyizinguquko ezasezenziwe kuleli bhilidi ngaphakathi. Kwatholakala ukuthi amakamelo ngaphakathi ayehlukaniswe ngezinto ezenziwe ngokhuni. Lezi zinto zazihlukanisa ukuze abantu bahlale. Konke ke lokho kuhlukaniswa kwakhiwa amakamelo kubonakale kuyi-basement ekusithombe number 43. Kuphinde kutholakale futhi nakusithombe number 44 uma kuziwe kwi-ground floor. Kanti futhi kukhona naku stairs sesithathu nakhona zazikhona indawo ezinjalo ezihlukanisiwe ukuze kwakheke indawo zokuhlala kusithombe 45 nesithombe 46. Phezulu estairs sesine isithombe 47 no 48 siveza futhi izindawo ezinjalo. Bese izitebhisi lezi eziphakathi ezazenza abantu bakwazi ukuhamba banyukele phezulu kwi-stairs sesine. Leyo ndawo yayitebhisi base beyiguqulile bayishintsha kwaba indawo yokuhlala. lokhu kubonakala esithombeni 49 ukuya ku58 ukuthi lezo ndawo okufanele ngabe kuhanjwa kuyo kwase kuhlalwa kuyona. Manje ukushintshwa kwezitebhisi okuyizitebhisi ezenza ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukuhamba kalula futhi baphume babaleke uma kuba nesimo esiphuthumayo ebhilidini kwase kuvimbekile. Lezi nguquko abasebenzenzile abantu abahlala ngaphakathi kuzo ziyavela lapha ku ngaphansi kwesigajana 6.2.1.1 no 6.2.1.2 zaba nomthelelo omkhulu ke ekutheni umlilo ubhebhetheke ngokusheshsha ngenxa ukuthi kwase kuvalelekile kungasahambeki kanti kunezinto futhi ezisha kalula ngakho kwabalula ke ngomlilo ukuthi ubhebhetheke. Kube sekucelwa ke ukuthi lezi zithombe bengizibala zamukelwe njengama exhibit.
Thank you. The next section commences on paragraph 6.2.1.5, artificial heating, stroke lighting. Artificial heating lighting refers to appliances, devices that operate using wood, coal, electricity, and or gas. These appliances, devices were observed in the structure during the investigation and are as follows. Fire pit bowls, photographs 72 to 80. The device is usually designed and intended for outdoor use to provide warmth. In these instances, wood was used as a fuel load and the combustion of wood release smoke and soot that needs to be extracted. There were no fume hoods or chimneys inside the rooms where the devices were observed. Roman 2, candles, photographs 81 to 87. A candle is used to illuminate the room or specific area and could easily ignite combustibles in the direct vicinity if not handled with care. In this instance, glass bottles were used in multiple areas as candle holders, which can be seen as a fire hazard because the glass bottles observed in the rooms, as indicated on the sketch plan, were not designed to be utilized as candle holders. Roman 3, cooking appliances, photographs 88 to 89. Cooking appliances can be expected to get hot enough to ignite combustibles should the combustibles be within the direct contact with the appliances. The element of the appliances, such as two-plate spiral stove, is designed to produce heat when connected to an electrical current. Paraffin stoves and two-plate spiral stoves were observed inside the structure during the investigation. 6.2.2, non-rooms of fire origin. The rooms with no direct fire were excluded as rooms, areas of fire, and are as follows. Basement, west wing rooms areas, photographs 92, photographs 60, photographs 93 to 105, stairway photographs 106, and east wing rooms, photographs 107 to 110. Passage photographs 111 and 112, and the stairway photograph 113. Roman 2, ground floor, west wing rooms, G01-10, photographs 114 to 125. Toilet, photograph 126. Passages, photographs 127 to 129. Stairway, photograph 130. And east wing rooms, G13 to 45. Photographs 131 to 168. Passages, photographs 169 to 173. Stairway photographs 49, 50, and 174. Roman figure 3, first floor, west wing rooms areas, rooms 100 to 111, photographs 175 to 186, toilet photograph 187, passage photographs 188 and 189, lobby area, photograph 190, stairway, photograph 191, and east wing rooms, areas, rooms 125 to 136, photographs 192 to 205, lobby area, photograph 206, passage, photograph 207, stairway, photograph 208. Roman 4, second floor, west wing rooms, areas, rooms 200 to 214, photographs 209 to 223, rooms 218 to 223, photographs 224 to 229, rooms 225 to 229, photographs 230 to 235, lobby areas, photographs 236 and 237, toilet, photograph 238, stairway, photograph 239, passage, photograph 240, and east wing rooms 232 to 243, photographs 241 to 253, toilets, photographs 254 and 255, stairway, photograph 256, passage, photograph 257. Roman 5, third floor, west wing rooms, areas, rooms 300 to 312, photographs 258 to 372, rooms 322 to 328, photographs 273 to 279, lobby area, photograph 280, toilet, photograph 281, stairway, photograph 282, passage, photographs 283 and 284, south wing rooms 346, 348 to 349, photographs 285 to 287, and east wing rooms areas, rooms 329 to 345, photographs 288 to 305, stairway, photograph 306, and Roman 6, fourth floor, west wing, rooms 400, 400 to 422, photographs 307 to 311, rooms 407 to 420, photographs 312 to 326, lobby area, photograph 327, toilet, photographs 328 and 329, passage, photographs 330 to 332, south wing rooms 422 to 431, photographs 333 to 342, rooms 433 to 434, photographs 343 and 344, passage, photographs 345 to 347, and west wing, room 421, photograph 348. May we request, Chairperson and Madam Commissioners, that the photographs 72 to 348 in that section be admitted as exhibits, SAPS REP 1.72 to 1.348.
So admitted.
Over to you.
Thank you. Uma siqala emuva lapho sigcine khona ku 6.2.1.4 indaba yokuxhunywa kukagesi ukuthi wawuxhunywe kanjani ngaphakathi kuleli bhilidi. Okokuqala kubonakala ukuthi ugesi kuleli bhilidi wawuxhunywe kuyi-transformer. Le transformer yayilapha yangaphansi kuyi-basement, futhi laba babeyixhume kuyo ngokungemthetho njengoba kubonakala esithombeni 59 ukuya ku-66. Kanti-ke njengoba bexhumile kwakungekho nalokhu okubizwa ngokuthi i-circuit breaker okuvikelayo uma kuwukuthi kunokuxhunywa okungaphezulu kwalokho okujwayelekile bese iwa kwenzela ukuthi kucishe. Ngakho engekho into evikelayo uma kungenzeka kube nokunjalo njengoba kubonakala esithombeni 67 ukuya ku-69. Kanti nezinto ezazilahlwa ngaphakathi ebhilidini njengoba kubonakala esithombeni 70 ukuya ku-71 ziyabonisa ukuthi kwayona le transformer basebe waxhunywe kuyona engasasebenzi kahle ngisho nangaphambi nje kokuthi kuqubuke umlilo. Abanye abaxhumi bayo basebeqalile baxhuma ezinye izinto ezazisetshenziswa ukuze ugesi ungasebenzi kahle, kungasasebenzi intambo zangempela zawo. Ukuxhunywa ke ngokungemthetho njengoba kubonakala esithombeni kukagesi emakameleni kwakwenza ukuthi abantu abasemakameleni abakusukela ku basement, ground floor, stage sokuqala, esesibili, esesithathu nesesine bonke babethola lo gesi owuxhunywe ngokungemthetho. Ku 6.2.1.5 sesibona izindlela zokuzenzela abasebezenzele bozona ukuze bafudumale ngaphakathi bathola ukushisa nokukhanyisa. Izinto zokuqala babezisebenzisa lapha ya ukuze bazifudumeze noma bakhanyise babesebenzisa izinkuni, besebenzisa amalahle noma besebenzisa lokho okuthiwa ama-gas. Eziningi zalezi zinto zitholakele njengoba kwenziwa uphenyo. Ngokwesibonelo ku 6.2.1 Roman figure 1 okuphinde kwatholakala njengoba isithombe 72 kuya 80 sibonisa kunalokhu okuthiwa ama-fire pit bowls noma izimbawula. Nazo imbawula uma isetshenziswa kaningi isuke ihlosele ukuthi isetshenziswe ngaphandle abantu bakwazi ukuzifudumeza kuyo. Lapho uma beyibasile basuke besebenzisa izinkuni bese imbawula ikwazi ukukhipha isimoko sihambele ngaphandle. Kodwa manje njengoba sebeyithathile bayifaka ngaphakathi endlini, ngaphakathi awukho ushimula okukhipha intuthu ukuthi iphumele ngaphandle. Ngakho izithombe zakubonisa ukuthi babezifudumeza ngayo ngaphakathi endlini. Kanti okunye futhi okutholakele ngoka Roman figure 2 amakhandlela abonakele ezithombeni 81 ukuya ku 87 ukuthi babesebenzisa amakhandlela kwezinye izindawo ukuze bakhanyise. Kwakhona ukusetshenziswa kwamakhandlela uma enganakekelwa kahle kungawuqubula kalula nje umlilo. Izinto ababezisebenzisa ukuze babambe lamakhandlela angawi kwakuyizingilazi zamabhodlela. Izona ababezisebenzisa njengento ebamba lamakhandlela. Okuyinto eyingozi kakhulu futhi nangempela uma ngena kubonakele izingilazi abebefaka kuzo lamakhandlela ukuze babambe ikhandlela ukuthi lingawi. Kanti uma kuziwa ekuphekeni isithombe 88 kuya 89 siyabonisa futhi ukuthi nakhona babesebenzisa ezinye indlela zabo ukuze bazifudume noma ukuze bapheke. Ngokwesibonelo babethatha isitofu esinama plate amabili babesebenzisa ngesinye isikhathi basebenzisele ukufudumala endlini. Lezi zitofu zingaba ingozi enkulu kanti futhi okutholakele nezitofu zika parafin nazo zitholakele ngaphakathi ukuthi bezisetshenziswa njengoba kwenziwa uphenyo. Zonke lezi zinto ziyingozi enkulu. Kanti ke kunamakamelo ku 6.2.2 okubonakela ukuthi akunakwenzeka ukuthi umlilo waqala kuwo. Lana ke amakamelo okubonakala ukuthi awahlaselwanga umlilo ngokuqondile. Ngakho kuyacaca ukuthi lamakamelo engizowabala njengamanje noma izindlu ezibekelwe eceleni njengezindlu okuthiwa akunakwenzeka ukuthi umlilo waqala kuzona. Uma siqala ku basement ngasentshonalanga amakamelo njengoba kubonakala esithombeni 92 nasesithombeni 60 ku B1 kuya ku 13, izithombe 93 kuya ku 95, izitebhisi ku sithombe 106 kanti empumalanga amakamelo B14 kuya ku 17 avele esithombeni 107 kuya ku 110, iphasiji elisesithombeni 111 ukuya no 112. Zonke lezo indawo ku basement akunakwenzeka ukuthi umlilo waqala kulezo. Bese kuba ku ground floor ngasentshonalanga yamakamelo ku G01 to G10 isithombe 92 kanye nesithombe 60 ku B1 to 13 ziveza izithombe 93 kuya ku 95 ground floor ngasentshonalanga yamakamelo G01 to 10 isithombe 114 to 125 izindlu zangasese sisithombe 126 amaphasiji isithombe 127 kuya ku 129 izitebhisi isithombe 130 nangase tshona nempumalanga yamakamelo ku G13 kuya ku 45 izithombe 131 kuya ku 168 amaphasiji 169 to 173 kanye nezitebhisi ezivela ku sithombe 49 50 and 174. Bese siya ke isitezi sokuqala ngasentshonalanga yamakamelo ku kamelo 100 kuya ku 111 zivela kuzithombe 175 kuya ku 186. Indlu yangasese tholakala ku sithombe 187, iphasiji ku 188 no 189 isithombe, ilobby area itholakala ku sithombe 190 kanye nezitebhisi u-191. Kanti ke ngasempumalanga makamelo akhona ukamelo 125 ukuya ku 136, elivele ezithombeni 192 kuya ku 205, kube lobby area sithombe 206, ipassage kusithombe 207 kanye neitebhisi ku 208. Uma siya esitezi sesibili second floor ngasentshonalanga amakamero 200 kuya ku 214 avela kusithombe 209 kuya ku 223, amakamelo 218 to 223 avela kusithombe 224 kuya ku 229, amakamelo 225 kuya ku 229, isithombe ku 230 kuya ku 235, ilobby area esukela kusithombe 236 kuya ku 237 kanye nendlu yangasese esesithombeni 238, isitebhisi kusithombe 239 kanye nepassage kusithombe 240. Kanti empumalanga yamakamelo yebhilidi ku 232 kuya ku 243 okuyisithombe 241 kuya ku 253, izindlu zangasese ku 254 kuya ku 255 kanye nesitebhisi esiku 256 nepassage eliku 257. Uma sikhuphukela esitezi sesithathu ngasentshonalanga yamakamelo ngamakamelo number 300 kuya ku 312, isithombe 258 kuya ku 372, amakamelo 322 to 328 okuyisithombe 273 kuya ku 279 kanye nelobby area esesithombeni 280, indlu yangasese esesithombeni 281 nezitebhisi eziku 282 nepassage elisesithombeni 283 kuya ku 284. Kanti ngaseningizimu amakamelo 346 no 348 to 349 okuyisithombe 285 kuya ku 287, bese ngasempumalanga yamakamelo okuyi room number 329 kuya ufika ku 345 okusesithombeni 288 kuya ku 305 nesitebhisi esiyikusithombe 306. Kanti isitezi sekugcina okuyisitezi sesine ngaseningizimu kunamakamelo 400 kuya ku 422 esesithombeni 307 kuya ku 311 okungamakamero 407 kuyofika ku 420 atholakala esithombeni 312 to 326, lobby area ekusithombeni 327 kanye nendlu yangasese etholakala esithombeni 328 no 329, ipassage etholakala esithombeni 330 to 332. Kanti ke eningizimu amakamelo number 422 to 4331 asesithombeni 333 to 342, amakamelo 433 ukuya ku 434 asesithombeni 343 to 344 kanye nepassage elisesithombeni 345 ukuya ku 347 kanye nekamelo elingaseningizimu okuyikamelo 421 lona ke litholakala esithombeni 348.
Thank you. The reading continues from paragraph 6.2.2.2. The rooms with less significant fire damage as compared to the hall at the ground floor were excluded as rooms of fire origin. The fire damages in the rooms occurred as a result of fire spread from the ground floor. The excluded rooms are as follows. Roman 1, basement, east wing, room B18, photographs 349 and 350, and passage photograph 351. Roman 2, ground floor, west wing, rooms G11 to 12, photographs 352 to 356, and passage photograph 357. Roman figure 3, first floor, west wing rooms areas, DB room photograph 358, rooms 112 to 124, photographs 359 to 369, lobby area photograph 370, toilet photograph 371, and passage photographs 372 to 375. Roman figure 4, second floor, west wing rooms, DB room photograph 376, rooms 215 to 217, photographs 377 to 379, room 224 photograph 380, and room 230, photograph 381. South wing rooms areas, rooms 247 to 259, photographs 382 to 394, toilet shower photograph 395, kitchen photograph 396, and passage photographs 397 and 398. Roman 5, third floor west wing rooms areas, DB room photograph 399, toilet photograph 400, rooms 313 to 321, photographs 401 to 410, and passage photographs 411 to 413. South wing rooms areas, room 347, photographs 414 and 415, rooms 350 to 356 at photographs 416 to 421, and passage photographs 418 and 422, and Roman 6, fourth floor west wing rooms, DB room, photograph 423, and room 406, photographs 424 and 425, south wing room 432, photographs 426 and 427. 6.2.3, room of fire origin. Intense fire damage occurred at the ground floor hall, photographs 428 to 441. The intensity of fire damage was characterized by fire patterns such as thermal destruction of wooden erected structures, spalling of structural reinforced beams and concrete columns, spalling of ribbed mezzanine slab, metal discoloration, and distortion of the window frames. These fire patterns indicated that the hall was subjected to intense, persistent heat as compared to the rest of the structure. Under normal fire behavior, the room area with the most intense fire damage implies the room area of fire origin. Therefore, the ground floor hall was identified as the room of fire origin. 6.2.4, area of origin. The ground floor hall was further investigated to establish the area where the fire could have originated. Interpretable fire patterns and directional indicators such as discoloration of fluorescent light holders, photographs 442 and 443, spalling of ribbed mezzanine slab, photograph 444, charring of roof wooden skirting, photographs 445 and 446, spalling of reinforced beams and columns, photographs 447 to 449, metal distortion of window frames, photograph 450, thermal destruction of wood and paint above the window frames, photographs 451 and 452, indicated that the area towards the central part of the ground floor hall, referred to as Area A on the sketch plan, was subjected to intense, persistent heat. Hence, the said area was identified as the area of fire origin. If I may pause there and request, prior to the translation, that photographs numbered 349 to 452 in the section I just read in be admitted as exhibits SAPS REP 1.349 to 1.452. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Siqhubeka ku 6.2.2.2 lapho aqale khona ukufunda ukhulunywa ngamakamelo nawo athuma ebhekwa eqhathaniswa kubonakala ukuthi umlilo awuzange wenza umonakalo omkhulu kulawo makamelo. Ngakho lawo makamelo abhekwa njengamakamelo kungenakwenzeka ukuthi umlilo waqala kuwona. Lawo makamelo asha nje naba nomonakalo obangelwa umlilo ngenxa yomlilo wawusubhebhetheka usuka ku ground floor. Ake siwabalekela umakamelo esithi akunakwenzeka ukuthi umlilo waqala kuwona kusukela ku basement ku point 1 Roman figure 1 ku basement ngase Mpumalanga ku room PB 18 isithombe ngo 349 ukuya ku 350 kube ipassage isithombe ngo 351 kube ku ground floor ngase Ntshonalanga amakamelo G11 to 12 izithombe ngo 352 kuya ku 356 kanye nepassage lelivela kusithombe 357 kanti ke ku stairs sokuqala first floor ngase Ntshonalanga amakamelo DB room okubonakala kusithombe 358 amakamelo 112 kuya ku 124 avela esithombeni 359 ukuya ku 369 lobby area etholakala kusithombe 370 kube indlu yangasese noma itoilet kusithombe 371 kanye nepassage kusithombe 372 kuya ku 375 uma siye stairs sesibili ngasentshonalanga yamakamelo DB room ngasithombe ngo 376 lawa amakamelo 215 kuya ku 217 avela esithombeni 317 kuya ku 379 bese kuthi ikamelo 224 livela kusithombe 380 nekamelo 280 livela kusithombe 381 ngaseningizimu yamakamelo amaroom noma amakamelo 247 kuya ku 259 isithombe ngo 382 ukuya ku 394 kube i-toilet noma i-shower kusithombe 395 kube ikhishi kusithombe 396 nepassage kusithombe 397 no 398 uma siye stairs sesithathu ngasentshonalanga kuba DB room okusesithombeni 399 kube indlu yangasese esithombeni 400 kuba amakamelo 313 kuya ku 321 avela ezithombeni 401 kuya ku 410 kube ipassage elivela ezithombeni 411 kuya ku 413 kanti ngaseningizimu ikamelo 347 elivela ezithombeni 414 no 415 bese amakamelo 350 kuya ku 356 avela ezithombeni 416 kuya ku 421 kanye nepassage liku 418 ukuya ku 422 ezithombeni kanti uma siye stairs sokugcina sengu stairs 4 sibheka ngaseningizimu yamakamelo DB room isithombe ngu 423 kanye nekamelo 406 elivela ezithombeni 424 no 425 eningizimu yamakamelo ngu 432 atholakala ezithombeni 426 no 427 siyamanje ku 6.2.3 ikamelo ke lapho umlilo waqala khona indawo kaningi lapho kubonakala kuqale khona umlilo obonakale ube namandla kakhulu ilapha ya ku ground floor hall lokhu kusezithombeni 428 ukuya ku 441 kulesi sithombe umlilo ubonakala unamandla kakhulu ngoba into owayenza wawushisa ubhubhisa izinto ezazingaphakathi kwawo lokhu kubonakala ngokuqhekeka kwezinto ezicishe zifane nezinsika zikakhonkolo ezazikwenziwa umlilo ukuqhekeka kwalama slab emezzanine kanye nokushintsha kombala kwamaframe amafastela okubonisa ukuthi umlilo ngempela lapha wawushisa ngendlela eyisimanga kujwayelekile lokhu kubonakala eindaweni lapho umlilo uqale khona njengoba kuvela kuleli holo kuyabonakala ukuthi umlilo wawunamandla futhi ulokhu ubelesele njalo usibhubhisa lesi sakhiwo ngokujwayelekile uma kuqala umlilo bathi uma behlola uma bebona ukuthi le ndawo noma leli kamelo ilona elonakale kakhulu lonakaliswa umlilo khona ke leyo ndawo ileyo okusuke kuqale kuyo umlilo ngakho iground floor iyona eyahlonzwa njengendawo noma njengekamelo okwaqala kulo umlilo sidlule siye ku 6.2.4 siye futhi endaweni okwaqala kuyo umlilo iground floor lapho iphenywa kwenziwa uphenyo kuyona kwatholakala ukuthi ngempela umlilo uqale khona abachaza uma bechaza ukuthi umlilo ubonakala ngani kunezinto eziyeziveze ukuthi nazi izinto ezenza ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi umlilo uqale la ilapho kushintsha into esansimbi ishintshe ibe omunye umbala Lokhu kubonakala ngama light holders akhona ayesevela shintsha ezinye izinto ezisansimbi zase zigobile. Ukukhayeka okwakwenzekile konke kubonakala ezithombeni isithombe 442 no 443 kanye nalesi slab esemezzanine naso esasesivele saqephuka kusithombe 44 kwakushe kuyimvithi izinto eziningi ngisho nezinto ezisansimbi kusithombe 445 no 446 kanye nezinsika eziqinisa lesakhiwo kufanele zisibambe kwazona zase zigobile ama-frame amafastela esesontekile kusithombe 447 kuya ku 449 kuyabonakala lokho umbala kapende wawususukile ngisho nasemafast noma kuma window frame ku 451 kuya ku 452 ngakho njengoba kubonakala ke kuyabonakala ukuthi lena i-ground floor ebizwa ngokuthi i-area 1 emdwebeni odwetshiwe ihlonzwa ngokuqondile ngokuthi iyona ndawo okwaqala futhi umlilo waqala ukubhebhetheka usuka kuyona ngakho umlilo wasuka kule ndawo.
Thank you. The reading in continues from paragraph 7 with the heading Cause Determination and Classification. 7.1 Natural. Legitimate ignition sources classified under natural fire causes such as lightning and seismic activities were discussed as follows. 7.1.1 Lightning activity. Lightning is a tremendous electrical discharge of natural origin which is not fundamentally different from the electrical arc except in intensity. It is a massive discharge of the huge static electrical charges built up in clouds of moisture and dust. The clouds and the earth act as the plates of a condenser or capacitor. Lightning strikes are usually accompanied by the physical destruction on any poor electrical conductor in their path. Windows can be blown out, wood splintered and shattered, and components of electrical appliances can explode. The weather received from the South African Weather Service shows no signs of thunderstorm or lightning activities around the area, Corner Delvas and Albert Streets, on the day of the incident. Therefore, lightning activities could be excluded as a possible cause of fire. 7.1.2 Seismic activity. Seismic activity is a type of low-frequency acoustic energy that travels through the earth in the form of waves. It is typically caused by build-up of energy with a sudden breakage of underground rocks, which can cause an earthquake, explosion, or landslide. A fire can start due to spark or friction when electrical conductors are dislodged due to the earth's shaking. Gas can be released as gas lines get broken, and a spark will start a flash fire. The seismic data received from the Council of Geoscience shows no signs of seismic activities around the area, Corner Delvas and Albert Streets, on the day of the incident. Therefore, seismic activities could be excluded as the possible cause of the fire. 7.2 Accidental. Accidental fire cause such as artificial heating, artificial lighting, electrical malfunctions, and smoking materials were discussed as follows. 7.2.1 Artificial heating. Artificial heating refers to appliances that operate using wood, coal, electricity, and/or gas. During the investigation, the appliances that were observed within Area A are as follows. 2-plate spiral stoves, photographs 453 and 454. Electrical plate spiral stoves were moved from the original positions either during fire suppression or search and rescue. As a result, it was not possible to establish whether the appliances were connected to the electrical plugs or not. The possibility of the heated plates of the stove coming in contact with combustibles and causing the fire could not be proven nor disproven. Roman 2, paraffin stoves at photographs 455 and 456. Paraffin stoves were observed in Area A, and no remains of ignitable liquid could be observed inside the tanks. The absence of ignitable liquid inside the tanks could be an indication that the ignitable liquid was thermally consumed by the fire or the tanks were empty. Fire accelerant detection dogs, K9s from Carltonville, Shadow B8351, photograph 457, operated by Warrant Officer Janse van Vieren and Secunda, Jill B5392, photograph 458, operated by Captain Alberts, were requested to assist with possible detection of ignitable liquid. Both dogs were utilized in the hall and did not react to the paraffin stoves. However, Jill B5392 reacted in the area of fire origin, and the exhibits collected will be described in subparagraph 9. 7.2.2, artificial lighting. Artificial lighting refers to appliances, devices that operate using electricity and or gas. During the investigation, the appliances, devices were observed within the area of fire origin and are as follows. Roman 1, bent fluorescent light holders with no signs of ballasts were observed. Fluorescent light require a ballast to operate. The main functions of the ballast is to generate sufficient voltage to cause the electrical discharge to progress down the light through the auxiliary gas vapor and to limit the current flowing through the light. Therefore, it can be deduced that the fluorescent lighting was not in use. Lighting inside the partitioned rooms within Area A was investigated. Lights such as compact fluorescent lamp and incandescent bulbs were normally of low voltage and are not likely to be able to ignite combustibles. Therefore, the possibility of lighting could be excluded as the cause of fire. Roman 3, candle lamps were used as alternative sources of lighting in the event of load shedding, power cuts. As discussed in subparagraph 6.2.1.5, Roman 2, the possibility of a candle lamp was used within the area of fire origin could not be proven nor disproven. As I pause, may we request once more that photographs numbered 453 to 458 in that section be admitted as exhibits SAP REP 1.453 to 1.458. Over to you, sir.
Siqhubeka ke ku nombolo ku7 noma 7.1 ukubheka ukuthi umlilo kungenzeka uqale ngezinto ezingokwemvelo ezibangelwa yimvelo. Ngakho kuthiwa nalapha kuye kwahlolwa ukuthi kungenzeka yini izinto ezibandakanya imvelo zawuqala lomlilo. Oyokuqala eyabhekwa umbani noma i-lightning kanye nalokho okubizwa ukuthi i-seismic. Sizokhuluma ngakho okokuqala. Ake siqale ku 7.1.1 okwenziwa umbani. Ukubanika kungakhipha amandla amakhulu kakhulu ogesi kodwa aphuma ngokwemvelo. Okungamandla ngempela acishe athawafane nomandla kagesi osujwayele ngoba uphuma ngamandla amakhulu uma umbani ukhipha. Lokhu uma kwenzeka uma umbani ukhipha lokhu kubanika kushaya kusuke kwenziwa umsebenzi owenziwa amafu phezulu kanye nokufudumala nezintuli bese ngokwemvelo kwenzeka lokho esikubiza ngokuthi umbani. Ngakho kodwa amafu emhlabeni ayasebenze njengeplate noma isitsha esiukhongozelayo. Ngakho uma umbani ushaya imvamisa uye ushaye izindawo uma uthola indawo igesi ongaxhunywanga kahle kuyona kuba lula ukuthi umbani ugijime kuleyo ndawo enjalo. Uma ushaye indawo engaxhunywanga kahle ugesi ungahle uphahlaza amafastela walahlele ngaphandle uyisimoshe yonke leyo ndawo kanye nogesi oxhunyiwe. Ngakho ke uma bebheka benza lolu phenyo babathinta bezimo zezulu zaseNingizimu Afrika base besha bezimo zozulu ukuthi cha ngalolu suku okwenzeka ngalo umlilo asikho isixwayiso esivela kubo esake sasho ukuthi ekhona Delvas no Albert Street kungase kube nento enjalo enjengesichotho noma kube nombani ngalolu suku lwesigameko. Ngakho kuyacaca ke ukuthi umlilo awubangelwanga umbani, leyo yokuqala ibekelwe eceleni ukuthi umlilo awuzange ubangelwe umbani. Bese kuba khona lokwesibili okubizwa ngokuthi i-seismic, nayo futhi kusuke kuyimvelo lapho amandla emvelo esebenza njengamaza asuke egijima emhlabeni ayakheka abe namandla amakhulu. Uma esekhona lamandla asuke suka lapha ngaphansi komhlaba kwamatshe angaphansi komhlaba. Uma lamatshe engaphansi komhlaba kwenzeka lokho kubizwa ukuthi seismic, thina ngaphezulu sibe sesibona ukuzamazama komhlaba bese kuyaqhuma, sizoqhuma noma mhlambe kube khona ukunyakaza kwezindawo. Ngakho uma umlilo uqala ke ubangwa yilokho kuzamazama noma yilokho kuthiwa ama-seismic, kube sekukheleka izinhlansi zomlilo ezingase ziuqaleke nazo umlilo uma zithola indawo evumela lokho. Bese ngaleso sikhathi dedela ama-gas ayingozi. Lama-gas iwona ongathi uma ehlangana bese kuthungeleka inhlansi yomlilo, umlilo uqala. Ngakho kuyiwe ke kulabo sokulwazi noma umkhandlo we-geoscience okuyiyona ephenya ngalezo zinto ezinhlekele zemvelo yabuza. I-geoscience ithi ngalolu suku lwesigameko ekhona Delvas no Albert Street akukho nje okunjalo okuke kwenzeka. Ngakho nalokho esikubiza ngokuthi ama-seismic, ngakho ke sithi akuzange kwenzeke, ngakho akuyona imbangela eyabangela umlilo ngalolu suku. Manje kube sekubhekwa ke izinto mhlawumbe ezingahle zenze ku 7.2 ezingahle zibange ingozi ziuqale futhi umlilo. Lezi kungaba izinto zokuzenzela, mhlawumbe abantu bazenzele into ezobafudumeza noma bazenzele into yokukhanyisa noma mhlawumbe kube ugesi ongasebenzi kahle noma kube izinto abazisebenzisela ukubhema. Ake siqale ke ngalokho kuthiwa ama-artificial heating ku 7.2.1 ukuzenzela ukufudumala abasuke bezenzela khona. Lapha kusuke kubalwa izinto mhlawumbe abantu abazifudumeza ngazo noma bapheke ngazo, kungaba izinto ezisebenzisa ukhuni, izinto ezisebenzisa amalahle, izinto ezisebenzisa ugesi noma igas. Ngakho ngesikhathi kwenziwa uphenyo yabhekisiswa ke le ndawo ebizwa ngokuthi i-area A, kwabhekwa lezi zinto. Nazi izinto ezilandelayo ezatholakala. Okokuqala ku Roman figure 1 kune 2-plate spiral stove. Istove lesi njengoba sivelile esithombeni ngu453 no454. Lesi stofu sikagesi kubonakala ukuthi sasukile endaweni okwakufanele ngabe sikuyona. Okokuqala okuphawuleka kuyo. Manje okungaziwa ukuthi sisuke nini, sisuke ngemva komlilo noma sisuke ngaphambi komlilo. Ngakho ngenxa ukuthi sasesisukile futhi okwesibili sasingaxhunywanga kugesi akusaziwa ngoba phela bese kuthungeleke ngomlilo. Ngakho indaba yokuthi kungenzeka lesi stofu sogesi sashisa kakhulu sasesibangela ukuqhuma ayinakufakazelwa ukuthi kwenzeka kanjalo futhi ayinakuphikwa ukuthi akuzange kwenzeke kanjalo. Bese futhi okunye kwatholakala istofu sika paraffin njengoba sesibonile ku 455 no 456. Nalesi stofu sika paraffin satholakala kuyo le ndawo ebizwa ngokuthi i-area A. Kodwa manje uma isibhekwa lesi stofu sika paraffin kubhekwa ithange laso lapho kuhlala khona uparaffin, akutholakalanga lutho. Ukungatholakali ka paraffin kulesi sigubhu sayo kuphakathi kwezinto ezimbili. Kungaba ukuthi uparaffin uvuthile ngesikhathi sekuvutha umlilo noma kungaba ukuthi ubuvela ungekho nje kwasekuqaleni. Ngakho ukuze kuzame ukutholakala kwalethwa abasebenza ngezinja, izinja ezikwazi ukuhogela, kwalethwa ukapteni uJanse van Faren ovele sekunda njengoba kubonakala esithombeni lapha ku 458 kanye nomunye futhi wezinja K9 ovela eCarltonville kuvelile kusithombe 457 labo kapteni beza bezosiza njengoba beza nalezi zinja zazizothi ngathi umkhondo wokuthi kungenzeka lo mlilo yini ewubangele. Zombili izinja zathi uma zihamba uma sezifika kule stofu sika paraffin azange zenze lutho. Ngakho kuyacaca ukuthi izinja zikwazi zange zithola ukuthi istofu sika paraffin isona okungenzeka saqala umlilo. Kodwa ngokuka Jill oku B5392 leyo nja eyayiphenya ihamba lapho yathi uma ihamba njengoba kuqoqiwe kubufakazi kulobufakazi obuqoqiwe yathi uma ihamba ifika kulobufakazi okuthiwa iB5392 yase kuba khona ekwenzayo ke lapho. Kodwa ke lokho kuchaziwe ke ngaphansi kwesigatshana sika 9 ukuthi ikuphi lokho ku reactor eyakwenza uma ifika kule ndawo yesigameko okusolakala ukuthi iqale kuso umlilo. Uma sikhuluma ngezokuzikhanyisela zokukhanyisa zokuzenzela nakhona sisakhuluma abantu bangahle bakhanyise ngemzinto abazenzela zona ukuze babe nogesi mhlawumbe basebenzise wona ugesi ngokwawo noma basebenzise amagesi. Phakathi nophenyo zikhona izinto ezahlolwa zabheka kule ndawo okwaqala kuyo umlilo. Kunalokhu okubizwa ngokuthi ama fluorescent light. Lama fluorescent light ukuze asebenze noma akhanye dinga lokho okuthiwa ama ballast. Lezi zinto ezimbili ziyadingeka ukuze kukhanye. Kuthiwa uma ikhona le ballast yenza ukuthi amandla kagesi ewadlulisayo ekwazi ukwaqhubeka kwasa ngaphambili bese imunca lawo mandla bese kuba khona ukukhanya. Ngakho ke manje uma kuhlolwa kwatholakala ukuthi cha awazange asetshenziswe lawo ma light abizwa ukuthi ama fluorescent lighting ngalolu suku lwesigameko. Ngakho nawo abekelwa eceleni. Kanti okunye okwabhekwa futhi ku Roman figure 2 ngaphakathi uma kubhekwa indlela okwakuhlukaniswe ngayo lamakamelo kuyabonakala ukuthi kukhona ukukhanyisa okwakusetshenziswa kubizwe ngokuthi ama CFL lezi izibani noma ama globe ama bulbs asetshenziswa kodwa anogesi ongemkhulu kakhulu ugesi wakhona awunamandla uku low voltage. Ngakho kuthiwa kunakwenzeka ukuthi ke lawo ma globe noma lezo zibani izona ezaqhuma zase zezenza lapho. Kodwa ke nalapha futhi ukuthi kungenzeka kube yizo noma kungezona nakhona futhi kube yinto abathi angeke baze bathi yiyo eyabanga umlilo ngenxa yale low voltage yawo lama globe. Ngakho bengekakwazi ukuqala umlilo ngaka. Bese ke ku Roman figure 3 amakhandlela nawabonakela ukuthi abesetshenziswa lapha ikakhulukazi uma kunokucisha konga kagesi load shedding noma kunokunqanyulwa kagesi njengoba kubonisiwe ku subparagraph 6.2.1.5. Kungenzeka ke ikhandlela kwaba yilo elaqala umlilo kodwa ke nalapha futhi abukho ufakazi obutholakele ngakho akunakushiwo ukuthi yilo noma akulona.
Thank you. The reading continues from paragraph 7.2.3 under the heading electrical malfunctions. Electricity represents a source of ignition in the form of sparks, arcs, electrical heated wires, heating elements, and lighting. The electrical conductors were improperly installed on the transformer, and there were no operating fuses and or circuit breakers to protect an electrical circuit from possible damages that may be caused by overcurrent, overload, or short circuit. Electrical conductors showed signs of beads, photographs 459 to 462. Beads on electrical conductors are caused by arcing activities that occur due to electrical malfunctions caused by overcurrent, overload, short circuit, and or an encroaching heat from the fire. 7.2.4, smoldering smoking materials. Smoldering cigarette is regarded as weak ignition source because it first initiates a smoldering fire. Smoldering fire is a slow developing fire that may take hours to switch to a flaming fire depending on factors such as airflow, narrow spaces, and fuel densities. And it is more likely to be discovered during early stages of the fire. 7.3, incendiary. The possibility of the fire being caused deliberately was considered because access to the hall was not controlled as discussed in subparagraph 6.1.1, and taking into consideration the lack of physical evidence such as trailers, exotic accelerants, which may provide physical evidence of an incendiary fire cause. Incendiary fire cause could not be proven or disproven. 8. Ignition scenario and factor. Ignition scenario. A balanced interaction of the cause factors, of the fire cause factors, fuel, heat, oxidizing agent, uninhibited chemical chain reaction is required for the fire to originate, and these are described as follows. It should be Roman 1, fuel. Any substance that can undergo combustion. Matter exists in one of three states: solid, liquid, or gas, depending on the temperature and pressure. Only vapors, gases, are capable of undergoing flaming combustion, with the exception of a few solid, such as magnesium oxide. Therefore, flaming combustion of most solids occurs above the fuel surface in the vapor gas region, created by heating the fuel surface. Roman 2, heat. A, competent ignition, heat source. The minimum heat energy needed to pyrolyze chemical decomposition of a fuel to produce combustible vapors. Oxidizing agent. Oxygen from the atmosphere. For combustion to occur, the vapor-air mixture must be within flammable range. Last, Roman 4, chemical chain reaction. The development of activities where significant heat is transferred to a fuel within the available oxygen at the ideal ratio. This activity may result in the oxidization of the fuel, producing heat, light, and a variety of chemical byproducts. This will sustain the fire and allow it to continue burning unless at least one of the fire cause factors is removed. Igniting factor. Ignition factor is the circumstances in which the ignition source came in contact with combustibles, and in this instance, it could not be scientifically proven. 9. Evidence collection. I, during the performance of my official duty, collected the following exhibit materials for laboratory examination for traces of possible presence of ignitable liquid. 9.1, exhibit material and location. 9.1.1, Exhibit A, bent polyvinyl chloride, floor tile collected within area A, photograph 463, and 9.1.2, Exhibit B, bent clothing material collected within area A, photograph 464, and paragraph 9.2, Exhibit packaging and marking. Exhibit mentioned in subparagraph 9.1.1 was packed in oven bag and sealed in a forensic evidence bag with seal number PAD 002550882, marked Johannesburg Central, CAS 1276-08-2023, Exhibit A at photograph 465, and exhibit mentioned in subparagraph 9.1.2 was packed in oven bag and sealed in a forensic bag with seal number PAD 002550881, marked Johannesburg Central, CAS 1276-08-2023, Exhibit B, photograph 466. 9.3, exhibit chain of custody. The exhibits were collected on the 15th of September 2023 and registered at Johannesburg Central SAPS, SAP 13 number 2788/2023. The exhibits were booked out for transportation to Forensic Science Laboratory for safekeeping. Upon arrival at the Forensic Science Laboratory on the 15th of September, exhibits were registered in the occurrence book with number 519/09/2023 and placed inside the safe with number G418X915. On the 18th of September 2023, the exhibits were handed per hand to the Case Management Section of the Forensic Science Laboratory for safekeeping and allocation for examination. Results of the analysis are attached as per lab number 411756 stroke 23 stroke 1. 10. Conclusion. It is thus my conclusion, taking the above into consideration and with the information to my disposal at the time, that the fire originated at the ground floor in the hall and accidental and incendiary fire causes could not be excluded as the possible causes of the fire as discussed under subparagraph 7.2.1, 7.2.2 Roman 3, 7.2.3 and 7.3 respectively. As I pause, may I request that the last photographs numbered 459 to 466 in the last section be admitted as exhibits SAPS REP 1.459 to 1.466. And that would be the end of the first report. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Sibuyela ke ku 7.2.3 okunye okungaba izimbangela za lomlilo esikhuluma ngawo. Okokuqala okukhulunywa ngakho lapha ukungasebenzi kahle kukagesi. Ugesi ngokusho kwalesi sigaba kulula ukuthi uqale noma umlilo uqale ungabangwa izinhlansi, kungabangwa izintambo zikagesi ezishisayo noma lokho kubizwa ukuthi ama elements uma eshisa noma esetshenziselwa ukukhanyisa. Ngakho kuleli ability ababexhume ugesi babeuxhume kuleya transformer ngendlela engafanele. Okwakwenza ukuthi le transformer ingabi nakho lokhu okuqondisa ugesi ukuthi uma ugesi usuthwele kanzima bese uwisa ugesi ungaqhubeke ukukhanya. Ngakho ngenxa ukuthi wawungekho lapha ya kungenzeka ukuthi ugesi wawungasebenzi kahle ngoba kwatholakala lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi ama bits kagesi. Ngakho ukutholakala kwawo kwakubufakazi bokuthi ugesi nje kuleli ability wawungasebenzi kahle. Into engabangela lokho ke kwakungabangela ukuthi kwaxhunywe izintambo eziningi ngokweqile noma kwayona i-circuit breaker yakhona yayingasebenzi kwase kuba khona ukushisa okwaholela equbukeni kwelangabi lomlilo. Kanti okunye futhi ukubheka izinto ezisetshenziselwa ukubhema ugwayi mhlawumbe ukuwokhela ukuze umuntu abheme. Kodwa ngokuvamile lezi zinto zokokhela ugwayi ukuze ubheme azibi namandla amakhulu omlilo eziwakhafulayo noma eziwakhiphayo. Amandla awo avama ukuba kancane kuxhomekeke ekutheni umoya ungakanani nokuthi kusendaweni engakanani lapho kukhona. Ngakho kuyacaca ukuthi akunakwenzeka ukuthi kungenzeka mhlawumbe kwaba yilezo zinto ngoba kulula ukubona umlilo obangelwe yilezo zinto ezisetshenziselwa ukubhema. Kanti ku 7.3 kukhulunywa ngokuthi kungenzeka ukuthi umlilo waqalwa umuntu ngamabomu, ikakhulukazi ngoba kwakungasangeneki kalula njengoba sibonile kuyi subparagraph 6.1.1 ukuthi kuleya ndawo kwakungelula. Kanti ke futhi nokungabikho kobufakazi obungokoqobo obuphathekayo abebengasetshenziswa nakho futhi kwenza kube inkinga. Kodwa akunakubekelwe eceleni ngokuphelele ukuthi kungenzeka kukhona umuntu wawusiqala nje ngamabomu loya mlilo olapha ya. Kanti ke ukuthi ke ukhona owabuqala ngamabomu noma cha akufakazelwanga futhi akunakushiwo ukuthi akulona iqiniso ngoba akunabufakazi kukho okubili ukuthi kukhona noma abukho. Izinto ezingahle zibe nesandla ku 8 ekuqaleni umlilo ukuthi ube khona kungaba izinto eziningi. Ngokwesibonelo, umlilo ungaqala uma kukhona ukushisa okukhulu, mhlawumbe kunezinto ezinjengo fuel, izinto ezinjengo petrol ziyawubanga umlilo, noma kunamakhemikhali athile, zonke lezo zinto uma zikhona ziyawenza umlilo uqale. Ngakho uma bebheka izinto ezifana ne-fuel noma upetrol, izinto eziwuketshezi ezinjalo ezingenza ukuthi umlilo kalula ube khona, babheka izinto ezintathu. Kube lokho kubizwa ukuthi solid, eziqinile noma ne-liquid eziwuketshezi, zonke lezi zinto zingawuqala umlilo kanye ne-gas. Kodwa konke kuxhomeke ekutheni indawo yesimo ngaleso sikhathi isuke injani. Lama gas uma ekhona kulula ukuthi umlilo uthungeleke ube khona. Ngokufanayo nalezi eziwuketshezi ezingama solid, njenge magnesium oxide, nayo umlilo ngokwesayensi iyawuqala kalula. Ngakho ezinye zezinto ezabhekwa ukuthi ingabe zazikhona yini lapha kule ndawo ezasingase ziwuqale umlilo. Bese kubhekwa ukufudumala noma ukushisa kwa leyo ndawo esuke ilapho, ngoba kudingeka ukushisa okuncane ukuze uqale umlilo. Mhlambe okudingekayo ukuze uqale umlilo ilokho okuchazwe lapha ya ngokuthi ama chemical decomposition of a fuel. Ngakho uma ikhona into engawubasa iwenza ukubhebhetheka umlilo ungaqala. Kanti ke njengoba sishilo sathi nendawo okusuke kuyona i-oxygen evela nje emoyeni osuke ukhona lapho, nayo futhi ingaba nesandla ekutheni umlilo uqale. Bese kwesine kuba ama-chemical. Umlilo uyathanda ukusabela uma kunamakhemikhali angase abe khona, bese lawo makhemikhali edluliseleka kalula ngomoya osuke ugeleza bese uqala futhi umlilo ngaleyo ndlela. Zonke lezi zinto zingabanga zikhiqiza ukushisa, zilethe ukukhanya, kodwa lama chemical awubamba kalula umlilo bese uthungeleka. Ngakho lezi ezinye izinto abazibheka ukuthi kungenzeka yini zazikhona zawuqala umlilo okwakukhulunywa ngakho base bedlula ekuzihloleni ukuthi izona ezathungela umlilo. Kanti izinto futhi ku 8.2 ezingaba nesandla ekuthungeleni umlilo ukuthi lezi zinto esizibale ngenhla uma sezihlangene kulula ukuthi kungaqhuma bese umlilo uyakheka. Empeleni kodwa kuloko kuhloliwe ke kuleli bhilidi abukho ubufakazi bescience obufakazele ukuthi ezinye zalezi zinto zibe nesandla ekuqaleni umlilo. Kodwa ke ku number 9 ube sechaza ubufakazi obuqoqile obhale le statement esifungelwe uthi phakathi nomsebenzi wami ngesikhathi ngiyowenza ngabe sengiqoqa lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ama exhibit noma ke ubufakazi lobo asuke ebuqoqile ubebuqoqela ukuthi abuthathe busiwe elaboratory ukuze buyohlolwa kuzama ukubheka ukuthi kukhona yini into eshakalula ebingawuthungela umlilo. Ngakho ku 9.1 uyachaza lama exhibit awaqoqa kanye nendawo akuyisiwa kuwo. I-exhibit yokuqala okuyi exhibit A into eyatholakala uyibizwa ngokuthi i-polyvinyl chloride noma i-PVC eyatholakala phansi kuyi-floor yakhona kule ndawo eka A. Ngakho yathathwa ke njenge exhibit iyavela kusithombe 463. Bese i-exhibit yesibili eyathathwa futhi nayo kuziyohlolwa kwakuyizimpahla ezishile ezatholakala nazo phansi. Ngakho lezi izinto ezimbili ezatholakala lokho kusapende okuyi-PVC kanye nalezi zimpahla okuyi-exhibit B etholakala kusithombe 464 uthi ke zathathwa kahle zapakishwa kahle uma sezitholakele zase ziyabhalwa ngaphandle zamakishwa kahle ukuthi nawa lama exhibit atholakela amabili lapha ku subparagraph 9.1.91 xolo kwathi uma sekuqoqwe kahle ke manje kwase kuthiwa ke nakho ke sizokuthatha sikuse kulabo abazokuhlola bakufakwa kahle ezikhwameni zobufakazi okufakwa kuzo vela ama exhibit ezinenombolo engu PAD 00255082 kwase kubhalwa ke ngaphandle ukuthi Johannesburg Central i-case number engu 1276/08/2023 okuyi-exhibit A ngokwesithombe 465. Athume sethathiwe ke ngokuka 9.2.2 njengoba kushiwo lama exhibit achazwe ku subparagraph 9.1.2 anela fakwa kulesi sikhwama sakhona ayiseyavalwa avalelwa kahle kulesi sikhwama esifaka izinto zobufakazi noma ama forensic evidence bag babhalwa futhi ngaphandle PAD 0025 50881 kwabhalwa futhi ukuthi Johannesburg Central case number 1276/08/2023 lena ke kwase kuyi exhibit yesibili esikhulume ngayo yezimpahla exhibit B ezishile kube sekuchazwa ke ku 9.3 ukuthi kube sekwenzekani ngalawo ma exhibit uma esekhona anele aqoqwa ngomhla ka 15 September 2023 ayeseyabhaliswa ngesikhathi kuvulwa phansi kwabhalwa eJohannesburg Central esikhungweni samaphoyisa inombolo SAP 13 inombolo ngu2788/2023 kwabe ke eseyabhukhwa ke manje ukuthi lama exhibit azothathwa asiwe ku laboratory science lapha ezogcinwa khona athathwa nangempela asiwa khona afika khona ngomhla ka 15 September 2023 uma efika nakhona abe forensic science laboratory babhala phansi encwadini ukuthi kufikile lama exhibit angu 519/09/2023 afakwa futhi ngaphakathi endaweni ephephile noma kuyi safe lapho avalelwa khona kwase kubhalwa futhi inombolo engu G418X915 ngomhla ka 18 September 2023 wona lama exhibit abesedluliselwa manje ophikweni olubizwa ngokuthi case management section okuyisigaba esingaphakathi kule laboratory ukuthi nabo bayigcine bese emva kwalokho bewahlola njengoba ehloselwe lokho ku 9.4 imphumela ke yalokho kuhlolwa kwalama exhibit ichaziwe lapha ya futhi ifakiwe ngaphansi kwenombolo ebizwa ngokuthi it's lab number 411756/231 ku number 10 useyaphetha uthi njengoba sengiphetha ngikusho lokhu engikubhalile lapha nalolwazi engilifakile lapha ulwazi lolu obeluphambi kwami ngesikhathi ebhala lombiko akutholile naphetha ngakho ukuthi umlilo waqala ground floor kuleli holo eliku ground 4 okwesibili akutholile ukuthi imbangela yomlilo okwamanje akakwazi ukuyisho ngokuthenqo kungenzeka umlilo waqala ngengozi noma umlilo waqalwa ngenhloso angeke akusho konke lokho njengoba ebesekuchazileke kulezi yazigaba esesidlule kuzo u7.2.1 no 7.2.2 Roman figure 3 no 7.2.3 no 7.3
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, Commissioner, the outstanding part of the affidavit is 2 pages. At the same time, I realize that we are beyond our usual adjournment time. I'm in your hands, whether to close off the 2 pages or adjourn until tomorrow.
Yeah, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The second part of this testimony is also flagged in your bundle right at the end. It is also an affidavit in terms of section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and it reads as follows.
Mr. Khoza, if I may interpose, Advocate Muloto. Mr. Khoza, isekugcineni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Okay. Should be this one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this report flows from the material that were retained in accordance with the procedure that was described in the previous affidavit. And it reads as follows. Usindiso Jonas Phineas Mongani affirms in accordance with section 212, subsections 4A, subsections 4, sub A and subsections A, 8A of the Criminal Procedure Act as follows. I, number 8003244-3, am a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Service attached to the chemistry section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton, telephone number 012-845-5680. I am a Chief Forensic Analyst and am in the service of the state. Paragraph 2, I have been attached to the chemistry section from 2002 to 2006 and from 2013 to date as a forensic analyst. I am in possession of a bachelor degree in chemistry from the University of Cape Town and have 14 years practical experience in chemical analysis from Forensic Science Laboratory. I have attended internal and external training including fire debris analysis, identification of drugs and medicines, GC-MS and FTIR. I am currently proficient in fire debris analysis. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Lapha kulesi statement futhi esifungelwe sibhalwe uMatsidiso Jonas Phineas Mungane lapho ethi uyaqinisa khona ngokuvumelana nesigaba 212 ngaphansi kwesigatshana 4A nesigaba 8 somthetho wenqubo yezobugebengu okuwumthetho number 51 ka1977 ngokwalokhu okulandelayo. Mina onombolo yami engu 8003244-3 ngingu Lieutenant Colonel emnyangweni wezamaphoyisa aseNingizimu Afrika futhi ngisebenza ophikweni lweze chemistry lapho ngihlola khona izinto ezithunyelwe elaboratory ngokwesayensi eku 270 Pretoria Road Silverton okuyinombolo yocingo ethi 012-845-5680. Ngiphinde ngibe isikhulu esiphezulu esihlaziya izinto ezivela ezephuma noma ezithinta umlilo lapho ngisebenza khona. Sengineminyaka sengisebenze cishe lapha kusukela ngo-2000 ukuya ku-2006 bengisebenza kulolu phiko lweze chemistry. Kwathi ngo-2013 kuze kuzofika manje bese ngihlaziya ke manje ngisebenza njengomhlaziyi wezinto ezithinta umlilo. Ngineziqu ze-bachelor ku-chemistry engazithola eNyuvesi yase Cape Town futhi sengineminyaka engu-14 sesipiliyoni ngisebenza ngokuhlaziya izinto ezithinta ama-chemical kanye nezinto nesayensi esetshenziswa elaboratory lapho kuhlolwa. Ngiye ngathola ukuqeqeshwa kwangaphakathi nokwangaphandle lapho ngifundiswe khona ukuqeqeshwa kulokho ukuqeqeshwa kwakuhlanganisa nokuhlaziya imfucuza esale emlilweni. Ngiyakwazi ukuhlonza izidakamizwa nemithi. Ngisebenze angaphansi kwe-GCMS kanye ne-FTIR. Njengamanje ngingumhlaziyi onesipiliyoni uma kuziwa ekuhlaziyeni izinto noma imfucuza esale ngemva kokushiswa umlilo.
Thank you. Proceeding from paragraph 3, I, during the execution of my official duties on 24 October 2023, received 2 sealed evidence bags with unique numbers PAD 00255082 and PAD 00255081 from Chemistry Administration section of the Forensic Science Laboratory. The seals were intact. The evidence bags were opened by me. 3.1. The evidence bag with unique number PAD 00255082 was marked inter alia Johannesburg Central CAS 1276/08/23 and contained one oven bag containing debris. 3.2, the evidence bag with unique number PAD 002555081 was marked inter alia Johannesburg Central CAS 1276/08/23 and contained one oven bag containing debris. 4, I was requested to examine the exhibit material to determine the presence of ignitable liquids. 5, I, during the execution of my official duties, examined the exhibit material as described in paragraph 3 through processes that require skills in chemistry. The following analytical techniques were utilized. 5.1, passive head space, concentration with activated charcoal. This is a very sensitive separation procedure capable of isolating quantities smaller than 1/10 UL of ignitable liquid residues from a sample. This practice is useful for preparing extracts from fire debris for later analysis by gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And 5.2, coupled gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, GCMS in brackets. GCMS is an internationally accepted analytical comparative technique where extracted ion profiling of 6 major types of compounds that comprise ignitable liquids is obtained. Prior to use, the gas chromatograph was evaluated and the mass spectrometer was internally calibrated. The GC and MS were deemed suitable for use. Over to you.
Iyaqhubeka futhi ngaphansi kwesi incwadi yakhe efungelwe uthi mina ngesikhathi ngenza umsebenzi wami engabelwe wona ngomhla ka-23 October 2024 ngathola amaplastiki amabili aphethe izinto eziwubufakazi. Lamaplastiki noma lezi zikhwanyana zazinezinombolo ezihlukile ezingafani. Inombolo yokuqala bekungu PAD 0025508882 bese esibili inombolo ithi PAD 0025508881. Lena ke zazivela zithunyelwe lapha kimi zivela kula abaqondisa eze chemistry ngaphansi kwesigaba esisebenza kule laboratory yeze science. Ngesikhathi zifika kimi lezi ikhwama zazivaliwe imina owazivula lezi zikhwama eziphethe ubufakazi. Ku 3.1 isikhwama sokuqala asivula esasine nombolo ehlukile ethi PAD 0025508882 esasibhalwe ngaphandle lesi sikhwama ukuthi Johannesburg Central case number 1276/0823 futhi ngaphakathi naso sasiqukethe imfucuza evele ngemva kokuthi kushe umlilo. Kanti kwesesibili singu 3.2 naso futhi kwakuyisikhwama esiphethe ubufakazi sine nombolo ehlukile futhi ethi PAD 0025508881 naso futhi sibhalwe ngaphandle ukuthi Johannesburg Central case number 1276/0823 naso futhi sisaphethe yona imfucuza evela emlilweni. Ngacelwa ke ukuthi ngihlole lezi lobufakazi noma lezi zikhwama ezimbili ngithi uma ngihlola ngifune ukuthola ukuthi ingabe ikhona yini into ebingathungela umlilo ewuketshezi engatholakala kuzo uma kwenziwa uphenyo. Ngakho ngesikhathi ke ngenza uphenyo lwami njengoba ngishilo esigabeni 3 ngasebenzisa ubuchule namakhono adingekayo kuyichemistry ukuze ukwenze lokho. Lamakhono asebenzisa ubuciko bokwazi ukuhlaziya izinto. Into yokuqala ku 5.1 ayenza uma ehlaziya ibizwa ngokuthi i-passive head space. Lapho ke manje usuke ehlola noma yini engaba into enjengelahle engathungeleka ezwela kalula uma ithola umlilo. Ngakho wayezama ukuhlukanisa ke lezo zinhlayiya ezincane azibiza ukuthi zincane ngisho nangaphansi kuka 1/10 UL uketshezi olungahle luthi nje uma lithola umlilo bese luyathungeleka. Ngakho wabheka amasampula akhona uthi le ndlela yokusebenza yokuhlola lezi zinto bese uzihlukanisa kule mfucuza bese uzihlaziya isebenzisa uhlobo lwegas olubizwa ngokuthi i-chromatography mass spectrometry. Wabe sesebenzisa indlela yesibili lapho ke manje le ndlela yesibili usuke sekuxubeka okubili seyihambisana negas ebizwa ukuthi GC/-MS. iGC-M/MS indlela yokuhlaziya eyamukelekayo ekuwo wonke amazwe omhlaba uma kwenziwa ukuhlaziya indlela yobuciko lapho kukhishwa lokho kubizwa ukuthi ion kubekwe eceleni kubhekwe nezinhlayiya eziyisithupha eziyinhloko ezithi uma zikhona bese kuthungeleka kalula uma kukhona uketshezi. Ngakho lezo zinto ke zanziwa zatholakala. Kodwa uthi ngaphambi kokuba kwenze igas ichromatograph yahlaziwa nayo ngokufanayo ne-mass spectrometer nayo futhi yabe yahlaziwa futhi yatholakala. Ngakho uthole ukuthi ukusebenzisa lezi ezimbili iGC kanye ne-MS wakuthola kufanelekile ukuthi akusebenzise njengoba enza lokhu kuhlaziya kwakhe ukuthi zikhona yini izinto ezibanga umlilo.
Thank you. Moving to paragraph 6, it reads, no ignitable liquids were detected in exhibit material as described in subparagraphs 3.1 and 3.2. The absence of detectable quantities of ignitable liquid residues does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that ignitable liquids were not present at the fire scene. Ignitable liquids are volatile compounds that may have been evaporated, totally consumed in a fire, environmentally altered or removed. Paragraph 7, the exhibit material as described in paragraph 3, retained by me during the execution of my official duties from 24 October 2023 to 25 October 2023 was kept in my safekeeping under lock and key. The exhibit material as described in paragraph 3 was later repackaged in evidence back with unique number PA40005785549 and archived. And that would be the end of the statement.
Ubeke esephethe kulezigaba ezimbili ukuthi kukulonke lolu hlaziyo lwakhe olukabili alwenzile alukho uketshezi oluthungelekayo aluthola kulama exhibit aye wahlola esesiwachaze ku 3.1 na ku 3.2. Kodwa ukuthi akutholakali kunoketshezi obelingathungeleka kalula noma into ebengabanga umlilo kukho akusho ukuthi belungekho, ngoba uma kwenzeka kuqala umlilo izinto ezinjengoketshezi oluthungeleka kalula zikuyenzeka zibe khona ngezinye izikhathi zibangwa umswakama waleyo ndawo okusuke kuyona okuqala kuyo umlilo. Ngakho uma indawo ngokwayo iyashintshwa noma yasuswa noma yamiswa ngendlela obekungeyona kulula ukuthi umlilo uqale. Ngakho kulesi sigaba uthi yize engatholakalanga lezo zinhlayiya kodwa akanakusho ukuthi azibezingekho ngempela. Khona ke esigabeni sokugcina esifundiwe uthi kulama exhibit akhulunywe ngawe esigabeni 3 awatholile wawahlola kusukela ngomhla ka23 October October 24 ngonyaka 2023 ukuya ku October 25 2023 wawagcina endaweni ephephile ekhiyelwe ngaphakathi. Lama exhibit noma lezi zinto eziphakathi ezichazwe esigabeni 3 kamuva zabe sezifakwa kwelinye ipackage noma isikhwanyana aphinde zafakwa kubo njengobufakazi. Zase zinikezwa futhi inombolo entsha ehlukile. Leyo nombolo ibizwa ngokuthi uPA40005785549 kwase kugcinwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam Commissioner. May Mongani's statement be Admitted as exhibit SAPS REP 2.
It is so admitted, Advocate Muloto.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam Commissioner. This would be the end of the testimony for the day.
Thank
We
you.
request that the proceedings be adjourned until tomorrow morning.
These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.